Hello, welcome back. I'm in a slightly better mood because now I feel like there is at least some structure to things because I've gone in and I mapped a whole bunch of little duty green marks. I don't know why I described them as duty green. My duty is not green unless I eat nothing but vegetables non-stop, which, rest assured, I would never do that. Anyways, Bandicam was not behaving itself earlier, so I had to give it a spanking. It's one of those cases where I make sure to have the folder up so I can see if it's actually making a file or not. And for some reason, Bandicam just decided, you know what, I'm not going to recognize the Elden Ring exists today. I just don't feel like it. So I had to restart it a couple times, and then eventually it was like, okay, I'll stop trying to create problems, which it often likes to do. Okay, so, excuse me. You, today, will watch what is this, part 6? It's part 6, okay. These are getting increasingly fewer views, not because the LP, well, this naturally an LP does that, but it's more so I'm releasing them so fast that people are not able to catch up with them, so they have no idea what's going on. I want to get to the point where I'm on, like, part 23, and it has 0 views for, like, 6 or 7 days, just because no one has been able to actually get to that point yet. That is my dream, my ambition. Okay, so here is the last merchant in this area, and by the way, I went ahead and marked all of them, except for the one in the church, of course, because, you know, he's kind of just there. Alright, so there's this guy in the church, Calais, who I think is the only one that has a name. And there is the other guy over here, right there. And then there is another one somewhere. I think it might just be this guy, and then that's it. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. And also there is, of course, Murkwater, where Patches is. I have since farmed up bunches of runes and bought out all their inventories, including this guy.
You again? I don't want any trouble.
So this guy's personality is that he doesn't trust anybody, which is super adorbs. Okay, so I wanted to go in and read all the descriptions of these, because they're all in one neat little place, and since I bought them, I don't want to have to go searching for them. Alright. Neutralizing boluses, we've already done this actually. These are ones that deal with poison. These are for blood. Blood. Yeah, okay. And these are for... I commented that I like purple. This is a nice color purple. I like these. Sleep. I was actually investigating sleep earlier today. It's very strange that there is almost no way for the player in the game to actually inflict sleep on anything. There's like pots, and I think there might be a dagger type, like a throwable dagger, sorry. And there is an offhand sword, but it's an int sword, and an offhand torch, I think. And there's like 1, maybe 2 other things. And that's it. That's all you get. So, well, it apparently is like super useful. Even in PvP it can be if you're like hitting someone with a shield or someone that's not going to move too much. They can't really avoid the status buildup. But anyways, I'm not going to have high arcane during this particular playthrough, even though I would really love to, just for the sake of convenience, like I said in the beginning of the playthrough, but we saw that did not really work out. I'll have more to talk about in regards to my little question and answer thing that I told you guys to do last time. Armor's Cookbook. That comes later. A record of crafting techniques left by an armor who served the great General Rodin. Now, I think Rodin is... I've not encountered him. Like I said, I have not actually played that much forward. I played a lot, but I haven't played that forward. I think that he's supposed to be a funny man on a tiny horse or something like that. But he's over to the west, if I remember correctly. Contains knowledge of dealing with rot. Because the Scarlet Rot is the thing that was running amok in that area, and that's the reason why there are big ugly raven dogs and dog rat giant T-Rex things. Yeah, that's the reason why, I guess. I don't know why poison does that to dog rats, but here we are. The application of fire in particular. So fire is how you deal with Scarlet Rot for some reason. I don't know why. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following. Fire bone arrow, fire bone, or a fletched version, ooh, or a bolt, or neutralizing boluses, which you can make these, in other words. Okay. Broadsword? No, stop it. A straight sword with a wide blade. Suited slashing attacks, horizontal sweep, blah blah blah. Nothing important. Good to know. Ordinary small round shield made of metal. This is the iron round shield. Heavier than a wooden shield, but boosts higher damage negation. Doesn't really matter. Finally balanced, the shield is easy to use. A small bow, short bow, meant to fire arrows over great distances. Other than its ability to fire off arrows in rapid succession, it is also well suited for use on horseback. To use a bow, arrows must be equipped. I had heard that supposedly the best bow in the game, well, the best bow to use just sort of in general, for like pulling purposes, is going to remain either the longbow or the pulley bow, I think. And if you're actually looking for damage and like consistency of performance, moveset, it is supposedly the black bow, but I've never come across it before. But we'll see in the future, I don't know. Club. A thick, solid lump of wood. Wielding this striking weapon requires no skill. Because remember, even though all weapons are just R1, 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 if you're using something like a katana, that requires a lot. You have to be so good. You have to be so skilled. There's so much nuance. But if it's like a big stick, totally different. It's so different, bro. You wouldn't understand. Only a dumb brute would use something like this. A simple primitive weapon that requires only brute strength and persistence to hammer your foe into the ground. Because you're a big dumb animal. Skill, barbaric roar. Roar like a big dumb moron. And just swing your arms around like a fool. Alright? Note, land squirts. A note sold by nomadic merchants contains information about land squirts as opposed to sea squirts. I'm not sure what sea squirts would be. I don't think I want to find out. And I certainly don't want to hear about bath squirts. Further details are available only to paying customers. Same thing, contains information about stone digger trolls. So these are the things that we'll read once we get out of this.
All done? Well, be on your way then.
Well, get the fuck out of my face, alright? Fucking dick. Tell you, when I start killing you people, you're gonna be number one. I decided not to kill these guys. I have seen absolutely zero evidence that whenever you kill these guys, there are any consequences whatsoever. But there is at least a vague sentiment from Kale early on that if you mess with one of them, you mess with all of them. Presumably. Although there's not really any evidence involving that. Also, I think there's supposed to be some sort of boss that spawns if you kill them and leave a bearing just lying on the ground. Presumably a boss will show up, and it doesn't like you. It claps your cheeks. Claps some cheeks. Alright, so notes. I have several here. This is the Wondrous Physicus one. This is the one that just tells us where it is. Third Church, America, North of Mistwood. The last part, I still wasn't quite sure what Mistwood was. For some reason, I had in my head during recording that Mistwood is over to the west. I don't know why, I haven't compartmentalized all the names of things, and I have so many in my head that are new, that are just swimming around, that I just don't think about them. They're just like a sequence of letters in my head for the time being. But yeah, Mistwood is over the other direction. It's over to the east, so. We'll be returning there today, maybe. Waypoint Ruins. Someone lurks among the Waypoint Ruins on the roads through Limgrave. That's probably Yura, I think his name was. Our brave hero that quote-unquote saved us from that invader, even though he only had like 1 health point remaining. Land squirts. Oh, good. Yes, finally. Secrets revealed. Land squirts are soft where they touch the ground, and poison will cause them to rupture. What are land squirts? All this information about land squirts, it didn't actually tell us what they were. Are they the land squids? They're on the coast down this way. You can't see my character, probably. But down by the beach, you can find them. I have never heard them called land squirts by anyone, so maybe that's a different thing? I don't know. But anyways, poisoning them apparently is good. And they're soft where they touch the ground. Alright. I don't think I have any control over that, but... Okay, Stone Digger Trolls. The heads of the Stone Digger Trolls bear old wounds. Okay. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. What are Stone Digger Troll? This is kind of the problem. It doesn't have a picture of the thing. And there's no way for you to know what their names actually are. So this almost seems like a way for... I don't know. Maybe it's working in reverse. Like you think, oh yeah, Stone Digger Trolls. And it's like, ooh, if you hit them in the head, it'll do more damage. Like in universe, but out of universe, it's more like, no, you know those things that you hit in the head for more damage? Yeah, those are called Stone Digger Trolls. And you're like, oh, I know what to call the wiki page for them now. Maybe? I think they're talking about the giants that are roaming around. Maybe. Flame chariots, and we've already read this. This is the thing about the big faces. I don't know why you are able to buy information about flame chariots down here, because you don't actually even see them until, like, way later. Where's the first time... I think the first time you see them is up by the lakes up north. And that's like 2 chapters of the game away. But anyways, yep, there we go. Alright, what else have I done? Have I done naughty things? Have I done good things? Who can say? But I think... what I've done is all the little green things are basically points of interest in various ways that I need to go pay attention to. The little running man are just the merchants. Those will be staying there. Everything else is something that I'll eventually get rid of. The little bitty banners are going to be things that I need to visit for whatever reason, whereas the ones with swords are the same thing, except it'll be something that I need to kill. The ones with evil skulls are going to be naughty bosses that need to be spanked. And that's what we're going to be doing today, I hope. Also, yeah, that's the thing I forgot. I went to Limgrave Tunnels. I went to Limgrave Tunnels, which is where I left off last time whenever the game crashed. Oh boy, I hope the game crashes today too. That would be so cool. Alright, so last time I asked should I be going Dex or Strength, I decided to go Dex. And it was pretty close. I kind of decided on not going Strength, primarily because I can double hand to meet the requirements of a lot of things for Strength. So I think the rule is half of whatever your existing number is. So it would be 7 plus 14, so I would be able to two-hand anything up to 21 requirement right now, in theory. And I might end up going to 18 strength, which would be, by my mighty calculations, 27. I can do basic math, I think. Unless that was wrong, in which case I cannot. And eventually I'll be going up to 24 dex. 25 dex. Big dex. And, part of my logic also is that a lot of weapons that I do want to play with are going to have high dex requirements. Whereas the ones that have high strength requirements tend to be less useful because they're much slower, and the game, as it goes on, will become more and more obsessed with just becoming Bloodborne, which I guess I will be bitching about today. To some degree, anyways. Equip my striking weapon. So I wanted to future-proof myself and not worry about having to worry about... like, strength supposedly is the worst build in the game. Personally, I think it's probably the second worst. Right behind quality. And my logic for that... And my logic for that is that quality actually requires even more... Like, the whole logic is Elden Ring is more of a mixed armament game. So you need a little bit of everything. You need to be able to do melee, you need to be able to do some sort of ranged attack. That can either be magic, or it can be like using a bow, for example. Although if you're just going to be relying exclusively on a bow, it's going to be more of a problem. Also, they seem to have designed the game in such a way that they're way more concerned about resistances and things of that nature. By the way, this is my route that I've been using. This whole time, you'll notice that there are some resources off the walls missing. Those are smithing stones that I've been collecting. I collected enough for... Okay, good. I collected enough. If you make too much noise with the guy over there, it's just within range of those rats, so they'll run out and be naughty. And they'll start nibbling on you. But this is the route that I have been taking. Fall down, backstab these guys. Then after you do that, you run all the way back up there and sit at the bonfire, and then reset and just do it all again. It's actually quite annoying. But I have not actually picked up anything that's on corpses. I've just run around collecting those smithing stones. Because as I was trying to point out before, I have 24 of them now. And I have 20... And doing this was a pain in the ass. This is another thing I need to talk about. What was the thing that I was talking about beforehand? Weapon types. Yes, Elden Ring is much more concerned about things like buffs and making sure that you need to equip very specific things to negate damage types, and they're trying to make those things more useful. Although it's sort of been to the detriment of the overall game experience because it's getting so specific that it's actually getting annoying. But anyways, the whole point of me choosing Dex is that I feel like being able to have the two-hand thing with strength and so on is... plus the slight increase to casting speed with Dex and everything else. It's giving me more leverage to where I don't have to worry about things in the future. I hope. That's my logic. Okay, so smithing stones, you need 12 to be able to fully upgrade something to +3. And I wanted to upgrade at least 2 distinct weapons. And I might get one of them today. Maybe. It depends on how Blaidd's, whatever his name is, Wolf Boy. It depends on how his thing goes across. Okay. But first, naughty rats. I hate fighting rats in this game. Because they can just choose to do that, for example. Like this horseshit that they're doing right now. If you hit them, they won't stay in there, just stay comboed. Sometimes they'll just dodge to one side because they just choose not to take damage. And as I said in my last part, they have what I internalize as bitch moves, where even if you're in the middle of comboing them because they made a mistake, they'll just use their bitch move. And just either whoosh, just bloodborne their way to the side, because rats are known for their sweet-ass sidesteps, just whoosh, you can't see me so fast! Rats do that all the time in real life. They either do that, or they have a dumb little bitch headbutt that they do that comes out almost instantly and will just knock you out of whatever you're doing. Because rats are little bitches, and they deserve to be obliterated off the face of the planet. So smithing stone could have used that. I didn't know that's what that was. But it doesn't matter because it was on a corpse. Now, what's the lore of that? That's the reason why I wasn't picking up things off corpses. What's the lore of that? I guess there was a guy down here who was collecting mining stuff, and then he got killed, and then the rats ate him or something. That's all I can really make out of it. Because Elden Ring is such a big game, as I've said, I don't think that they have put as much work into the internal logic of why things are the way that they are in most places. So most of the time, as I've said, I don't feel too bad about skipping over things. Okay, so this... Whoops. Wanted to show this briefly. If you didn't know, and in this particular instance, there is that middle part where you can jump to make actual progression. Since all the mining things share the common geometry and the same model, almost every single time there is a sequence just like that up there where you can jump off and land on something and go pick up an item. Usually it's just something that's almost completely worthless. Usually it's an upgrade stone of some sort. But sometimes not. And sometimes it is absolutely nothing, and you just waste your time. By the way, I like the sound that my flail makes whenever I whirl it up. It has this very slight, pleasant chain noise. Okay. So that was a large glintstone cap. And here's a dog. Dogs being another kind of bitch enemy. They can just do whatever the hell they want to, whenever they want to do it. So you have to be very careful around them. Like, even that counter... Come on, camera! Elden Ring's camera, just... Come on, do a big move. Okay. That's what I want. These guys have effectively almost infinite poise against most weapon types. So fighting them is kind of annoying. There's a lot of annoying enemies in Elden Ring, because it's a modern FromSoft game. Oh, you dropped something. By the way, if you noticed that just now, you could even press the arrow key on your keyboard backwards, and it goes back 5 seconds. You could do that a couple times, and it'll go back 10 seconds. Ooh. And you can see that it sprays out an especially glowy bit of soul juice that's blue instead of the generic yellow. That's your way of being told that the enemy that you just killed dropped something. Normally in past Souls games, and there used to be another smithing stone right there. In past Soul games, you would have to, like, kill something, and then, like, do this. Oh, you don't have to do this, but you would see players doing this a lot. Because they need to, like, typically you need to have momentum built up so that you can, like, run or roll wherever you need to go. So this is what I would call the item pickup dance that Souls characters would always do, where they're waiting for an item to pop. Whereas now, the game just tells you an item did pop. Whenever the character finishes their death animation, you can pick it up. That is a great addition. I love that. One of the nice things about Elden Ring. See, I do say good things. It's just easier to focus on the negative things. And even most of the negative things I have to say about this game really aren't that negative. But anyways, here we have, in the middle of this shitty mine area, we have this weird little shack that has been constructed for some reason. It is indeed a shack, and it has some materials behind it. So someone was living here, but they were also mining out of here. So it could be that this was a living space for naughty mining boys down here. I don't know. Although there are no beds or anything set up down here. Although there is one dead gentleman who looks to have the same sort of commoner model that is used for commoners, which these miners could themselves also be commoners that have just been down here too long. I'm not quite sure. So, as far as what the lore is for this poor gentleman that was being partially eaten by a dog, I don't know. The dog seems to like the ones that are still alive, so maybe whenever they do finally get kicked the bucket, it's like, oh, well, fuck it, free meal. Free meal. Could be. So we'll go up here next. But I'm not going to get off just yet. Because if something, well, nah. Because if I need to fall back down, then I don't want there to be a big open pit down there. Because it does happen sometimes. And this is your statue of you're gonna die. Because this next sequence is not particularly great. It's not the most fun. Because whenever you first walk in here, there's a guy just staring directly at you. Which is kind of a dick move on FromSoft's part, because these guys, again, have, like, infinite poise. Come on, sweetie pie. I'm throw my fire at you. Oh, look at my lantern. I'll throw so much fire. Stay away. Stay away, beast! Stay away! Look at this. Holding up my shield, like, it ticks so high that you can barely get out of it. What a dickwad. Lick my nuts. Lick my nuts. Alright. Glintstone scrap. Have I been reading these? I probably have not. Let's take a look. Okay, glintstone scrap. Piece of glintstone, stable magic, found in crystals, tunnels. So it's tinged with unstable magic. So you can mine this stuff down here, next to the great tree roots. And it has a little bit of magic for some reason. You break the gem, you use your own FP, and it produces a magic bolt. So there seems to be some sort of correlation between raw magic and the fact that your internal magic, whatever that is, your FP, focus points, I think. I forget what FP even stands for. Your internal magic, your focus in concert with the actual physical magic is what produces magic, I guess, is the thing you're supposed to get out of this. Again, we see the natural state of the world somehow being intermingled with the states of matter that you find. Same thing, except this one's bigger. Poor quality and thereby easily broken. Sorcerer wouldn't give it a second look. So even the big ones, the sorcerer's like, that's stupid. That bitch magic. Don't use that shit in the PJs. Okay. Here's another naughty lantern boy. Now, one of my quote-unquote favorite things about enemies is how if they hear you or sort of see you, they'll just start walking in your general direction, like, I think I just so happen to need to go over here. Did I see? I just so happen to have come over here, and I just so happen to have my back cleanly against the wall. And I just so happen to have 4 billion poise. I just lucked out there, I guess. What a happy day for me. Me, your local dickbag. Oh no. Someone filled my butthole full of flail. How could this have happened? Yeah, I have gotten slightly stronger. Okay, so as far as future stats go, I'm eventually going to need a lot more vigor, of course. I'm going to need a lot more mind. Whenever I first started this character, I think I had 9 faith. I've already leveled that up some. I probably only needed to level it up to like 12, because I'm not going to be getting any good spells in this area, so it's not going to matter one way or the other. But I didn't want to get into the situation where I had 9 faith, and I was like level 50 or something. And I would need to have like 30 faith in order to do damage to things with faith spells, incantations. And then I would need to like grind, that stupid boulder or something. Like something that drops like 1,000 runes. And just do that over and over again and get like 30 levels just so that I could get faith up so that my build would actually work. As I think I was mentioning in the last part, that is one of my main gripes with Elden Ring, is that it's leveling structure, it's leveling flow? Yeah, this is a good word. The flow of leveling. The flow of leveling in Elden Ring is quite bad. And let me check back up there. Because that's the boss right there. I'm going to check this right here. I don't think there's anything there. There might be something in that tunnel, but I doubt it. I'll check anyways. It's kind of hard to see when you're riding up and down this blessed elevator. Nope, nothing here. Just a floating message that no one can read. But someone was very proud that they were able to land on that, so they left a message. Oh, here we go. But no one will ever read it. So here's another commoner corpse who has a single golden rune. What's the internal lore of that? I don't know. I guess he could have dropped off the elevator. Because he's a dumb bitch. The end. That's your story. And usually whenever you find something in that cave, it's something like this. A single somber smithing stone. Somber smithing stones are really hard to come by. So, I asked you last time what would be the best way of farming runes. And the best way, and I agree, smithing stone, the best way that I found to do it is to go kill those giants up hereabouts. And eventually I got pretty good at it. Because you can go up to them, like if you especially get up behind them, you can R2 them in the leg, and there's a 50-50. Either they will freak out and start stomping the ground for free damage, and there's nothing you can do about it, that's just what happens. Or they will like lean back and roar and be like, no, I don't like it. And if you manage to land 2 charged R2s against their legs, they get staggered and they fall down. And if you're using something like a bleed weapon, which I've been doing, because bleed is, or hemorrhage, hemorrhage, is completely overpowered in this game, you can actually almost kill them from that first down. Like, you hit them a bunch of times as you're going towards the head, and then right as they're about to go through the animation of getting up, then you visceral them, and then after that you can do like a basic combo on their legs, and they'll die before they can even respond. And if you do that enough, then you get like 1,000 souls a pop. Trying to bait them into one another, it's not worth the bother. It's just not. And I've been doing all that with plus zero Uchi. Which, by the way, you can tell they definitely have some favoritism when the game is leveraged towards using fast weapons that have bleed components to them. And it just so happens that all their national weapons just so happen to do that exact thing. And there's no weapon durability, so it doesn't replicate that aspect of real life either. Anyways, the flail, the other thing that I'm using, is kind of a shitty weapon. All they basically did is just take the hammer-like animation and just add like this additional like physics object to the end of it. It's I guess it's technically fast, but the range on it is just so woefully bad. Like, it's not the worst in the world. It's just sort of mediocre. A lot of people have said that flails are quite good. They're really not. Like, in the grand scheme of things, they're pretty shitty. And the weapon art on them, which I guess I won't be showing right now because I'm about to go in here. The weapon art is also pretty terrible. Mainly because its hitbox is so incredibly short, and you can get staggered out of it quite easily. But the thing that I need to talk about is the level progression and the acquisition of upgrade materials. Remind me of that down in the comments, so that I will continue to, so that I'll talk about it in 5 minutes. You guys will do that, won't you? Yeah, thanks. No problem. Now, what am I using? Ah, yes, I'm using my grabby boys, who love each other's company. Okay, so here, speaking of giant trolls, and they are trolls. Wow. That's a bigger AoE than normal. Okay. Now, even though he's getting hit by these dudes, and the main reason why I'm holding back is they wanted him to focus... God, range on this is terrible. Doesn't help that my screen is freezing every few seconds. Move! The one thing I really don't care for with summons is that they can actually body block you. Please, video game, do not freeze like that. It only does that when I'm recording. Alright, come on. I think most of the damage is actually coming from them just because he won't stop spamming his big AoE attacks. Yeah, make sure to turn around just in time. Oh, for God's sakes. I really don't care for the flail. Really, melee in general has a lot of issues. Just because it's so incredibly limiting. Okay, so Roar Medallion fitting for the little baby squalls of this big troll man. He was probably using this, I guess. So Roar Medallion, it makes roars more effective, which there's like one or two. There might just be like one thing in the game that counts as roar. I've only seen one. There might be more, which is kind of stupid. I don't know why they bothered to include such a thing. But why don't you just make... If there's only one thing in the game that does a roar, then why don't you just make that good? Instead of saying, okay, you also have to waste a slot to make it even somewhat usable. Why don't you just not do that? There's probably more. There's probably more. A bronze medallion depicting a roaring giant. Are they giants or are they trolls? Make up your mind. Enhances roar and breath attacks as well. Okay, so also breath attacks. Anything that comes out of your mouth. Which I guess includes sophistry, so maybe it makes philosophizing more effective as well. In ancient times, the giants were mortal enemies of the Erd Tree. Oh, so they're not actually like weird experiments or anything. They were a race that was just... They just existed for some reason. And this also, I guess, proves that not all life extended from the Erd Tree. Or maybe the Erd Tree made them, and then they were just pissed off about existing. I would be too if I looked like that. Their bellowing roars desolated nature, triggering avalanches and whipped up storms of flame. Is that really desolating nature? That sounds more like what nature just does. Ah, well. Tell you, if your roaring can whip up storms of flame, I don't know, maybe you... Sounds like a Listerine issue to me. Not great, it's not great. Alright, well, that's done. Let's move on from here. Although I will point out, while we are here, tiny, tiny doors, right? We opened this up, walked through. How did he get in there? What was a giant that big actually doing in here? Was he ever actually large enough to fit through this? He could have gotten through this. Not through there. He could have gotten through this, and then they built this wooden structure to keep him in. Although I get the impression, why would just a bunch of shitty planks be able to keep a giant in? It wouldn't. But let's just say that they did. How did they get him through this hole? How did they get him anywhere? What was he doing down here? So maybe there's a hole up here. Maybe there's a hole up here that he came down through. There is not. It looks more like just a big pile of feces. It does really just look like a dog stool or something up there. It's kind of weird looking. So, to answer your question on how exactly there was a gigantic troll living inside of this cavernous little bubble, I guess my answer would be shut up, which seems to be Elden Ring's answer too. How's that for lore? Now that actually comes up several times. Like, what is... Actually, there's another Catacombs that I might do today. It's kind of a miserable experience, so... that has the exact same issue. There's another giant that's inside of a tiny cave, and it makes no sense why he's down there. He just kind of is. Okay. Let's see. I could do this. Yeah, let's just do that. So, I feel a little bit better today about doing recording, because I do have now some internal logic on what I should be doing, and where, and how. And if you ever see me do this, that's probably because I just lost control of my camera, or my character, because the game is actually freezing to a point where I can't actually move. Which apparently has something to do with the fact that on the console version of this game, they released some sort of shader package for console that actually acts as sort of a replacement for the game's inability to actively create them on the fly. It's something that I don't understand. I'm not going to pretend to understand it. Whoa. Why did I... Oh, yeah. But on PC, it doesn't have that at all. The PC just kind of has to just do it, and if you can't do it, then you can't do it. And it's doing it presumably in some incredibly inefficient way. Gosh. Which is the thing that's actually causing all the hang-ups. Which is why most of the solutions people are handing out in regards to, resolving the PC issues all have to do with, NVIDIA's ability to, or whatever your card you're using, their ability to actually do shader nonsense. So I think this is... No, I think this is the safe one. This area, these ruins actually have 2 treasure chests. I think the one over here is the one that's the trap. But maybe it's not. Yes, this is the actual Twinblade. So, Twinblade. I've always hated Twinblades. They're just... I don't know, since they're not realistic at all, they always bother me. But then again, like, giant moronic pickaxes, those guys dropped a lot of pickaxes. I always got excited whenever I saw a drop, because actually farming for those stones is... It took a while. Usually you had to do about probably a dozen runs before they dropped even a single thing, and most of the time it was a pickaxe. It took a long time to farm those stones. What? Twinblade. There it is. The icon looks like an ordinary sword, which always throws me off. A sword with blades on both sides of the hilt. Which, it's sort of historical. There are things that are like this, although I don't think they were actually used in any sort of practical function. More of a ceremonial thing. This weapon is difficult to wield and demands high dexterity. In fact, you might cut your own leg off trying to use it as an actual weapon. Which, believe it or not, is exactly why you don't do something like that. So, Darth Maul... Like, that's one of the main criticisms of Darth Maul whenever it came out. It's like, yeah, 2 lightsaber, 1... Whoa! People instantly pointed out, if you tried to use it, you would just cut your leg off. And even if you knew exactly how to use it in such a way that you were not intersecting your own body, attempting to parry and whatnot, your range of motion would be so incredibly limited that it would be effectively like you would get yourself killed trying to use it. Like someone would instantly just go to one side, force you beyond your range of control, so that either you would end up having to cut yourself or you would be unable to defend yourself. Like it's a nonsense weapon. It can be used though, like anything else. Can be wielded with a single hand, but its true strength is unlocked with dual-handed spinning attacks. Spinning like an imbecile, that's its true power. Whoa! Watch out, monsters, here I go! Oh my god, what do we do? We never anticipated that someone would turn 360 degrees and move his eyes away from us so that he can't actually see us. What do we do? I don't know, maybe wait for his head to be turned because he's spinning like a moron and just stab him in the back because he's a fucking idiot. That's an option. Anyways, let's go back up. What's the lore of a Twinblade being down here? There isn't any. It's just a room with a Twinblade in it, but that's where it is. Please enjoy. Although I think the Twinblade is one of the better weapons that you can get early on. Anyways, smithing stones, as I was saying. Again, I had to collect 24 of them before I got started, because I want to actually upgrade one of my weapons to +3, then I have plans for another weapon, which I guess I could do fairly quickly. I'm not sure which is what I'm going to be using, though, because the Night Raider flail, or whatever it's called, from the area down to the south is going to be replacing the basic flail that I'm using now. And I hate the Uchi, because I despise FromSoft's obsession with katana-style weapons. But there's nothing to be done about it. What has the biggest number has the biggest number, right? The other thing that I'm going to try to get a hold of is going to be the weapon that you get from this dude. Which you probably could guess, since everyone uses it. But that's going to be our next option. Before I continue, you'll notice that they're kind of chanting. Do it again. Not gonna do it again? Okay, well they're sort of chant singing. I think it's that guy right there. Nope. Maybe it's that guy over there. We'll find out after we murder them. I think it might be several of them, actually, that are doing that. Come on, video game, hold it together. Why are you... Oh, because I don't have enough. I don't have enough juice. A little too used to running around like this. I can do that with health because I'm stubborn like that. Can't really do that with can't do that with magic, or else things just don't work. Here comes the dog. Of course, dogs have to be hyper annoying. I like that these are like fuzzy. I'm not quite sure why they're fuzzy, but I appreciate that there is some distinction. In fact, there's actually two like distinct AI types with dogs now. By the way, this guy holding out the torch may not seem like he's a threat, but that torch has like a constant AoE tick around it. It's one of the most dangerous things in the game, as far as like this basic entry-level area is concerned. Actually, hyper annoying. This guy has a... This is also, by the way, this is a character model for a noble. Now, what exactly a noble's doing here? Don't know. Let's concentrate on murder first. Now, what they're chanting about? Again, I have no idea. Now, some of them don't want to fight, and they'll go cower in a corner, which I ordinarily would feel bad about, but I kind of am not in the mood. Also, they are allied with the rats. The rats, for some reason, don't really care about dogs or zombie people. But you, oh fuck you. They'll follow you to the ends of the fucking earth. And here we have another noble, who has a stone sword key. I guess we'll read that while we're doing this. Wherever the hell that is. Probably in the key section, I hope. Yes. So now we have two of these. Breaks the seal on imp statues, but remains embedded in the statue after use, meaning it can only be used once as an item. Couldn't you just break the statue and pull it out? Oh well. Think well before using one. How about I think well after using one? Because I don't play by the rules. I'm a rebel. That's right. I, nice boy Eli, rebel against your system. Alright, let's go around here and just murder everyone that we can find. Look how fast they can do that. Bitch. Nice. Good job, boys. He actually didn't do anything, but it looked nice. Look at that. Look how fast it actually comes out. Like, the moment that he even starts lowering his arm, it just, like, appears. That damage hitbox. And that's our signal that everything in the area is now dead. Excellent. Whoa, come on, video game. Don't hang up on me just yet. Okay, we collected that. I will not be opening this chest down here because it is, in fact, a trap. And it's not even a good trap. It's just a naughty trap. But there are naughty rats in here. Naughty rats need killing. And I noticed that that just completely whiffed. Like, I actually countered it. It just completely ignored it. It went right over its head. Amazing. Man, you can barely see them in here. Okay. I will, however, open the door. Just a signal that I have gone in here. So whenever you open this, you will be teleported away to some place, like, over right around... Where was it? It is on this part of the map. It's, like, right around... It's the village of... It's near the village of Sorcereen, or whatever it's called. So I think it's, like, down here or something. I'm not that familiar with this part of the map. But it's somewhere thereabouts there, I think. And it's one of those mining areas, so you can't teleport out of it until you actually reach the end. And I don't really feel like going to an incredibly high-level area and losing out on 25k or more runes just because Miyazaki is laughing his ass off about stupid shit like he always does. Alright, so that is complete. I can now remove this. Alright, there we go. This is a good system. I like this. That is complete, although that's the first time I've done that, which makes me slightly worried. I guess the next thing I want to do, let's go down to... Can I do it from there? No, I cannot. Let's do it from here. Let's go down to Artist Shack Baby. Folks lining up outside just to draw porn. Artist Shack. Creepy little shack. Alright, let's go. Where was it? Okay. Those markers are nice, but they will... Ooh. I hope you guys can't see the game stuttering like crazy. Oh, man. I really hope that... It's FromSoft. They may never actually patch the game in a way that matters. I would not put it past them. Like, the game just... It radically needs patches. Like, sure, I am recording this on the same machine, but I have a pretty good machine. I got a good package.
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Haight. Servant to the true order and celebrated repudiator of the false. Grant me succor.
Succor means help. But it sounds like a perverse thing, so that's the reason people say it. Back in the old times. They didn't just want help, they wanted a little side action. Now, I've never actually met this guy. I knew that he exists, but I know nothing about him. Sucker. Tootsie Roll suckers. Bitch! Motherfucker held that for like a good 10 seconds. I need to change over to my stupid katana since it actually is a weapon that FromSoft likes. So they actually give it range and mobility and effective attack speed and pretty much everything.
Hello? Is
Hello?
anybody there?
Hello?
Someone who might be
Mario?
interested in
Oh
rescuing
my god.
the great Kenneth Haight, servant to the true
He tried to
order
clip.
and
Come on, dude.
celebrated repudiator of the false.
Now, I do agree.
Country, grant
Dude, could you
me
shut the fuck up?
succor.
Where is he, anyways, I wonder? Still haven't killed all these guys. Did they just lose track of me?
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Haight.
Actually, here, let me summon. I may as well. They give you the option, I may as well do it. Here, enjoy my version of rats. Isn't that nice? It's so nice watching enemies have it happen to them, you know? Like, usually you walk into a room and all of a sudden there's like a million dogs, and you have a fucking magnet installed in your face, and the dogs just orbit your body, just biting constantly. Teleporting behind you, biting into your face, latching on, not letting go. It's really nice watching that happen to enemies. And Elden Ring doesn't really give you too many chances to do that. Hello? Okay, so this noble corpse had magic grease on him. Nobles often were magic users. I need to hurry up and get up here to shut this motherfucker up. They do want you to see him, though. But it's amazing that he just... Can you imagine some dipshit just on repeat like that? Actually, if you go to a city to some asshole selling CDs on the corner, you probably will. Motherfucker, I'm gonna kill you myself if you don't shut up.
You've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's
You out of the goodness of my
very
heart.
kind, but no, the help is very much appreciated, even from a
Racist.
Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order. You might have heard of me, Kenneth Haight. Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave.
Yeah, the shithole?
Tarnished. I would have a boon of you. I want you to take back my fort. It
Oh, is that
lies to
all?
the south, beyond the Mistwood.
You know what a
The
fort
knight
is, right?
commander from Stormvale took it. A fool, and plumb mad to boot. Simply obsessed with blood.
Okay, so that is... Please shut up. Please stop talking, so I can actually talk myself. So, Stormvale up here is apparently at odds with the rest of Limgrave. So, maybe there used to be two ruling bodies? Although where exactly the place of rule was, I don't know. Because this is the gate to Stormvale, so presumably this was in their jurisdiction. Then Limgrave itself does have a fort down here, which is Fort Haight. But where exactly, where would be the ruling, governing house? The church, maybe? There's like one township over here, but this place has been in ruins for a long time. So, this is like the only human-ass motherfucker who's been roaming around talking up a game of any kind that we have seen, other than like merchants, maybe. Or that one hot puppet GF, who I will totally be marrying. She will be my wife. Anyways, that aside, this is the only person that we've really run across. So, who you gonna be ruling? You gonna rule the crazy soldiers? You gonna be ruling the Kaiden, the roaming mercenaries? How about the weird demi-humans? Are those gonna be your subjects? Guess we'll find out. But this guy effectively is what the nobles used to look like before they became weird not hollows. Like, this is what they would look like. Stupid, self-absorbed assholes that know a little bit of magic, but not too much of it.
What are you waiting for? A kiss goodbye? My fort lies
Wait for you
to
to
the
lick
south,
my nuts.
beyond the Mistwood. Take it back for me. Oh, I see. You wish to know the reward.
Yeah.
Fret not. The great Kenneth Haight is known for his considerable largesse. The celebrations will be lavish indeed upon the dawn of my fort's retrieval.
Man, I love largesse. I draw them all the time. Okay, So this guy's a stupid asshole, and I would not blame you for wishing to murder this man. His questline might actually be broken. I don't know much about it other than at the very end of it, it seems to just stop, and that it might be directed towards this lady that you can run into later. But there's nothing to be done with her. So either his is an incomplete questline, or it is one that used to be something else, and because of development time, it got cut off. But the game files do point in one direction, and that direction leads kind of nowhere at the moment. Okay, so that... There should be like a scarab, I think, down here. Let's go ahead and grab a few things. As far as exploring like big open worlds like this, also, wow, for a woodland area, holy shit are these woods. Like, look how evenly spaced all of them are. Which you might think, maybe that means that this place used to be like intentionally planted and curated. I kind of doubt it. Like, it's not an orchard or anything. Also, there are these things. Where would this lead? Now, let's find out. Let's interact with this. If it goes near that fucking bear, I'm not going anywhere near it. Okay, so when you interact with these things, which are like glowing spectral candle things... Plague, what are those? I don't know. They're like weird ghostly candles. Yeah, he goes right to the fucking bear. What a fucking asshole. But anyways, they lead you to catacombs, effectively. They lead you to optional dungeon areas. And they also have the tendency to take very circuitous routes. That will go directly through big groups of enemies, just to try to force you into fighting things. Just because I guess ghosts are dicks like that. And by the way, this gold-tinted excrement, I thought that they were coming from the pigs. I even found that if you destroy those little rune ball-y things, little like balls of runes, even those will drop it, and rocks don't shit. So maybe the logic is that they roll around in it when they're traveling, and they just carried it with them. Could be anything. Motherfucker, you get out of here. Club-stringed Lonestone. What was on here? Thin beast bones. Okay. Alright, off he goes. He's still going this way. He's actually going to the ruins, probably. No, go away. I really don't want them, like, accidentally dragging a bear over here. Because then I'll have to, like, leave the area and come back. But they do conveniently leave little shitty footprints on the way to wherever it is that they're going. And I'm also thinking about that howl, the wolf howl that we're supposed to be hearing. Although I'm still not exactly sure what I'm supposed to be listening for. But it is in this area. I checked. She's not pregnant. I checked. That is most assuredly it. Okay, so he leads you here. Wow, that's a biggin. Let's avoid that. There he is. There's our boy up there. This is who we're supposed to be looking for. Okay, so now that we have located him, we can use our finger snap. And somehow you going, hey, weird wolf man, that doesn't bring him down. You snapping your fingers though? Oh, hell yeah. So here he is. Here's local good boy, Mr. Blaidd, I think? Blaidd? I don't know exactly how to pronounce his name. But he looks fucking baller, doesn't he? Looks fantastic. He really just looks like a Berserk character, doesn't he? Which he, believe it or not, he might be a Berserk in a FromSoft game? A Berserk reference? I don't know.
Who goes there? Carly sent you, did he? Ever the bloody busybody. Maybe to him you don't seem so strange. The name's Blaidd.
Blaidd.
I'm looking for a man who goes by Darriwil. He fled somewhere nearby. Or so I've heard. Come tell me if you find him before I do. I can offer you ample reward.
Okay, so Daryl, or whatever his name is, he's looking for Hunter, looking for Kyle. I know the name doesn't really sound too intimidating to me. It's this guy down here. And he's not really a man so much as he's like just a Bloodborne enemy. Like he's one of those Bloodborne enemies that kind of crawls around on all fours, but is still sort of man. He's like a man, but he insists on crawling around like an idiot. And he does a bunch of spinny attacks. Yeah, he's looking for him.
Darriwil is nothing but a traitor.
Darriwil.
And in need of a fitting end to his tale.
I'll make him take the knot.
Darriwil is nothing but a traitor. And in need of a fitting end to his tale.
Look, you can draw that picture if you want to. I just put it in your head. I'm not responsible for it from this point forward. Alright. Now I can get rid of it. Whoop. Did it again. That is not how you do that. Alright. Got rid of that. There's also supposed to be a scarab back there that I need to do. So let's do that next. If I can get the game to stop slowing down so remarkably so. I actually don't know if that's exactly where that is. There it is, I think. Right here. I like how you can break the poise of these poor beetles. Ground slam. Dude. I fucking hate enemies like, hehe, we're here too, pay attention to... No, go away. Oh my god. I fucking hate using the horse. It's just so awkward until you get like a weapon that's actually conducive to horse combat. Until then, you're really just better off just getting off the fucking thing. Now go away. Are there any more you dickwads? Any more you fucking... What's the word that I'm thinking of? Dingleberries, yeah. Any more of those dingleberries around? No. Those hangers-ons. Alright. So, whatever the thing that I just got, whatever its name was. Ground Slam. This is basically Smo's big butt attack that he did in Dark Souls 1. Ground Slam. Jump up high into the air and crash down on the ground to hit. The resulting pratfall sends a powerful shockwave in all directions. What great lore. We're swimming in it now, boys. Right. More importantly, now I can mark that off. See, this is why I like this system. This is enabling me to actually focus on what it is that I need to have done. And I'll go grab this as well, just to have the checkpoint done. We'll grab this. That's just a sunflower. Okay, can you please just... This is another thing. Like, trying to pick things up on the horse, it has to be just so, or else it freaks out. Spiked Cracked Tear. And Green Spill Crystal Tear. So, tier 2... Remember what the item description of something or other said about how they place basins on the ground in front of minor Erd trees, and those over time would crystallize into tears? Well, here we go. This is the exact thing that happened. Let's see. Which was the first one? It must be these two. Okay. Green Spill. Crystal Tear forms slowly over the ages where the Erd tree's bounty falls to the ground. This is sort of like materia in Final Fantasy VII, really. The whole idea of the energy of the world, which could also be souls in some way. The live stream eventually condenses into a material form, like a physical form, and that's materia. And it contains the knowledge of the people that are swimming in the live stream, effectively. It might sort of work that way in this game, I don't know. Can be mixed. The Risen temporary raises one back some stamina, and this one raises the power of charge attacks for a certain duration. So there's absolutely no lore at all associated with that. It's just, you just found it. What does it do? This is what it does. The end. And this next part, we're not going to be doing anything down here. But, you might be thinking, why are you showing this now? Shouldn't this be shown much later in the game? Yes, I agree. But something that this game does intentionally, like down here, there was that trap that would take us all the way across the map to a very high level area that we are not prepared for. The game does this several times. So obviously it is part of their intended design to show you that there are things that you have to come back to after you level up. And it only with that trap, I think that trap is probably the most egregious of them. The trap does ensnare you into a position where you can't get away from that scenario. So I think that's the one like big failing point of this idea. But most of the other ones, you can just see it and be like, oh, holy shit, this place is fucking crazy. I'm not going to be doing anything here. And you can turn around and you can immediately leave. So it's fine. But yeah, there's this big, whatever it's called, the river well. So I guess it actually is just treated as being a well. Here's a lever for it. This is what it looks like. It is somewhat well maintained. You can still make out the things all over the place. Little lion emblems. I'm not sure what exactly the lion emblem is for. That could be a character's royal house emblem or something. Although these almost look like hieroglyphics in a weird way. Not sure if those two art styles are clashing or not. But usually whenever you see these like emblematic textures on doors, usually they're generic enough that I don't bother reading too much into them. Although sometimes they do mean like one or two things. Usually it's like Dark Souls Redditors making up absurd theories that are the ones that read too much into those, and they start applying real-world logic from mythology to try to make sense out of them. Like, there's weed on this one, therefore this completely changes the story that... No, it doesn't. Just stop trying to be the next body and just shut up and enjoy the game. Sometimes things don't mean anything. Whenever I see stuff like that, it makes me wonder... like, wish I could actually get back there behind those little bars. Sorry about rotating the camera so much, but I wanted to show you, like, there is distinction between which direction you're facing and what the environment looks like. Now, whether people... I was about to say whether they went up or down whenever they made this. They must have surely had to have come down. There's no way that you could just mine up like that. Makes no sense. But here we are. Maybe you didn't know this place existed, but here it is. Siafra? I don't know how to pronounce that. Siafra River, I'm going to guess. Now you will notice another thing. We are underground, so whenever we open the map, it just looks like this. It looks like whatever your existing map looks like, except it is grayed out. And also you can switch between above ground and below ground. And eventually you do find a map for this location, but it's really far in there. So we're going to turn right back around. Whenever I first discovered this area, this is exactly what I did. And on another character, I actually have gone through this area, and I beat a boss or two that are deep in there. That's not a fun area. In fact, later on, whenever we come to this area, I'm going to be using a curse word or two whenever I'm back here. And I'll be kind of mad. So look forward to that. But you'll notice that there's almost looks like a starry sky in there, but it's just particles of something that's floating in the air. And you can make it out as you're moving up the elevator. It's one of the few times that you can really pay attention to it and have it make sense. And I think at this point we could actually just warp back out if we wanted to. Yeah. And I think it actually moves slower going up than it does down, or it kind of feels that way. Ooh, going fast now. I do appreciate that it has incremental motion going both up and down. And then now it starts to slow back down. Feels nice, doesn't it? They did a good job doing it that way. A bunch of blood stains. People probably falling down the well. Alright, that is complete. I can mark this off. Another fine job, me. Okay. This is a merchant, that's right. And that's part of the reason why I am running around with so many runes that are just like here. Also, these guys I think just do nothing except for replenish your flasks, which I don't actually need. I could use an extra magic one, but I don't think they actually replenish those. Now, I am prepared to acknowledge there's probably shitloads of stuff down here that I am not noticing. But to me, I'm focused more on things that I absolutely know are down here.
Welcome, dear customer. Yes, right this way. Right this way.
Hello, dog. They really do look kind of sickly, don't they? If you look at it long enough, you're like, well, no, it looks like it's healthy, I guess. But it just, ugh. Kind of a really gangly animal. Okay. Talk to man.
Welcome, valued customer.
Valued customer.
Come, trade in our wandering emporium.
Oh, an emporium.
Please, buy something. I'm hungry.
Oh, goodness.
I've been hungry so long.
Aw.
Please?
Well, let's see what's in your wandering emporium. Alright. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook. Record of crafting techniques left by roaming nomad warriors. Contains knowledge for surviving the face of utter scarcity. Beast lore pot. Armor, this is another generic thing. Contains knowledge of dealing with the rye, application of fire. So, exalted flesh and beast lore pot. Alright, let's grab those. And hand axe, commonly known as a hatchet. Don't know if you know this. Sometimes this is called by, colloquial terms, a hatchet. Yeah, I think I've heard that once. The smaller variety of axe is an everyday work tool. Yep. Despite its short reach, it is easy to handle, excelling in successive attacks. It is not. It is a bad weapon. Well, I'll take that back. In some of the games, it's okay. Like in Dark Souls 1, it wasn't that bad. Although you want to give it up. This one complaint that I do have about all these games, I would much rather that every single weapon can be an in-game weapon. And note that I said can. Not all weapons are the same, or that all weapons are just as good as the other. They can be. Like, even if you need to enhance a basic weapon so that it has extended reach by creating like a ghostly image of itself that's larger than its own body, or just whatever. Just whatever dumb horse shit that you need to make up. And the better weapons that are like straight up just better normally don't have access to those upgrades. You know, whatever, I don't care. Just, if you really like a weapon type, there should be a way for you to be able to upgrade it up to a point where you can use it that way. But that's something I'll talk about more in the future, I'm sure. Oh yeah, St. Trinazar. This is one of the things that actually can put people to sleep. Although you only get access to 10 of them, so I'll buy 10 of them. Arrow carved to resemble a withered water lily. It afflicts targets with a powerful sleep effect. Priests of St. Trina use these arrows to spread their teachings. Have you heard the word of Trina? There, we learned him good. He's one of us now. I don't understand. The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. Especially when you're riddled with arrow wounds. Alright, so that's weird. Alright. Our riveted wooden shield, a small wooden rancho that has been reinforced with metal. It is light and easy to handle, but can offer the damage negation of a true metal shield. The design riveted to the center represents both sword and tree. It sure does. I guess it could be lazier. It could be like, this is a wooden shield that's made of wood, dipshit. And that's the only thing it says. Like, there's no real information in this, exactly. But, you know, it has flavor, I guess. Blue gold kite shield. This is actually a fairly good shield. Fairly, anyways. Standard medium-sized shield, highly reputed for its solid build and reliability. The design represents the Erd tree foregrounded against a blue sky. Really? I mean, it's... graphic design can only carry you so far, baby. Well, anyways. What else? Trina's lily, so I think these are the things you actually use to make the arrows. Like purple water lily on the verge of wilting, material used for crafting items, can rather fine. A symbol of faith and Saint Trina dulls the senses, preventing agitation. So, yep, that's what you use to make sleep arrows. Lump of flesh. I've already commented on this. Finding characters beast. Mood suitable for a rustic feast. Beast liver. Fresh liver of beast. A luscious fruit of life. Material used for crafting items. Hardened recipes. Dry liver boosts damage negation. Sliver of meat. Dry meat toughens the constitution, and festering bloody finger. Why do you have this? Why was this merchant selling this? But you use this to attempt invasion of other people's worlds. Alright. Not sure why you have this. Won't ask too many questions. Let's just buy everything, because I'm such a good customer. Please buy something. I'm so hungry. You have slivers of meat. Cook them. No, I want good meat. I want filet mignon. I need you guys to please give me runes. Why? What are you going to use the runes for? Buying meat from another merchant? Yes, I need to buy meat from... Oh, wait, oh my god, you're right. What the fuck? Alright, anyways, bye. Not gonna say... Alright, well, whatever. Asshole. Alright, mission complete. And he is not actually right there. I wasn't exactly certain on where his exact location was. There we go. Actually, it's a little bit closer. It's like right over here. Alright, there's a waypoint I think right down here, so I'll go grab that as well. Then after that, I can go try to take care of Mr. Wolfman. As far as his quest is concerned. There's some old Daffy Duck cartoon where he's like a Dick Tracy, or it's a parody of Dick Tracy, and I always have it in my head, he's like, Neon Noodle, Wolfman, and then the Wolfman's like, ow! The sound of that is like baked into my brain, even though I saw that when I was like, I don't know, 6 years old or something. Alright, so this has been obtained. We'll need to come back here later, because we have to clear out this area for that loudmouth moron. So we'll do that. I think the next location of Mr. Blaidd is down here, so we'll go try to take care of that. Because he actually also behaves as a summon. So we can actually summon him into this fight to make it hopefully a little bit less annoying. Because it actually is a fairly irritating fight. I want it to be morning, though. I'm tired of it being night. I don't want any fucking bats screaming at me while I'm in the middle of trying to do something. A few times that happened whenever I was hunting giants. I was trying to kill one of those, and then a pack of those stupid things would show up. Pay attention to us! Shooting their stupid scream bolts at me. So I'd have to kill them too. Murder us! We long for death! Please kill... Alright, fine, I'll kill you. Yay! Oh, fucking murder us! We're such little bitches! So I murder them. What do you want? Okay, so he should be hanging out around here. Should be being the operative word. I've never actually seen him in this location before. I've seen him obviously in loading screens. And I don't actually see him, although I thought he was supposed to be here. So I might have to look that up real fast. Hold on. I should be able to pull that up relatively easily. And I think I can even pull up a picture of his exact standing location. Yes, I can, in fact. It looks like he should be standing like right here. Like he should be standing right in this location, right here. I think. Or like slightly behind. So how come he is not here? Maybe, you actually have to initiate the fight and then summon him, or else he won't actually show up. I'm not quite sure. What do you... Sir. I have seen those things try to attack me, but very, very rarely. I'm not quite sure what triggers it. I guess now I don't quite know if that's going to work or not. I guess I can go ahead and give it a whirl. Okay, but he should be right over there. If he is not here, then I guess I'll just quit out, because I don't want to... Oh, here we go. Summon sign. There he is, Blaidd the Half-Wolf. Wonder who the mother was. He's a big lad. Look at the size of this immense unit. The size of this lad.
Rotting in a cell is no true justice. No. This is where it ends for you.
Ooh, nice stance, too. Yeah, he's probably much stronger than I am. Just wagering a guess on the matter. So this guy, otherwise, whenever you actually fight this gentleman... Oh, not much health to him. There's a lot of jumping involved. Because you can actually jump over his attacks. That would probably be my best recommendation. Wow. Blaidd's really just fucking him up. Goodness. That made that much easier. He just completely obliterated him. He really did take the knot, didn't he? Sorry. I'm not sorry. I'll keep doing it till the day I die. On my deathbed, I'll make some horrible nodding joke. Fortunately, I won't have a family, so no one will have to hear it but the nurse. Or the cat, whatever exactly is around me at the time when I die. They'll probably all... That's all that's left for me now.
Right. There you are.
Oh, yeah,
Have to
you.
work for it, but it's done. Don't say I'm not a man of my word. Here's your prize.
He's a cool guy, isn't he? Shame he's a fucking furry.
Oh, yes. I should say, if you venture north to Raya Lucaria and come across a venerable blacksmith who's a little on the large side, tell him I sent you, and he'll be sure to treat you right. I owe you one, I reckon.
So, Raya Lucario... Am I saying it right? I keep thinking of Lucario, the fucking Pokemon. Raya Lucaria? Hold on. I'm sure it says it right here. Yeah, it is Raya Lucaria. I keep thinking he's saying Lucario. But why? There must be some sort of reference. That must be why it's called Lucario in the first place. I'm not sure what the reference is, but anyways. That is the weird magic academy that all the nobles went to. I have briefly been in there, and very briefly, immediately turned my ass around. That place is a shithole. And, that will be the next place that we run into him, I think, maybe? But we have to be very careful. We can't wander too far in any one direction, or else it could completely obliterate our progress in the NPC questline. Let's see. 18 strength, so I can use this two-handed. Alright. But this is going to be probably my two-handed option. I hope it's fairly good at shattering stances, or poise, however you want to describe it. But presumably this is a good weapon. Let's take a look at its description. Bloodhound's Fang. Curved greatsword with a gently undulating blade, wielded by Bloodhound Knights. So, the guy who we just killed, whatever the hell his name is, fucking Steven, Hunter. I'm on Hunter. Darriwil. I will never remember that name. Darriwil. Darriwil was a Bloodhound Knight, whatever that means. Maybe it has something to do with the Lord of Blood that we keep hearing about. And the Fort Haight is also led by a commander that is also obsessed with blood. Connection? Who knows? A fearsome blade capable of brutal airborne attacks. Okay, so this will be one of the weapons that I'm going to be upgrading. Completely unusable for me one-handed, but two-hand, I can still use it.
Chit-chat for now.
Enough of that shit.
Ways.
I like how, like, he is terse in a way. He's not rude, though. I like him. He's a good boy. I anticipate that, I haven't really seen too much of it, but I anticipate him actually being quite the popular character online. Because he just seems like a pleasant fellow. And yeah, he's also cool, because he's a giant-ass wolf man. How exactly he was made, I don't care to find out, but I'm just saying, you just know. You just know. Alright. Let's move away from this location. I do want to upgrade this, though. So I guess my next step will be this location. I'm thinking about the other locations that I have marked on my map down here. This is to remind me that I'm not going to try to kill this horrible thing. That boss is down there. I do need to do these two little catacomb areas. There's this Evergaol, but I think I'll avoid that for the time being. So I guess that'll be our next stop. Maybe I have to upgrade this. We'll try out a few little cute things. I don't know. We still have not unlocked the ability to go to the round table, which I'm kind of glad for, actually. Shit. It's a somber smithing. Oh, god damn it. That's just fucking great. Okay, so like all the previous games, there are two distinct methods of upgrading things. Like, there's Twinkling Titanite and regular Titanite, right? And in the games before that, like especially Demons, there's like all sorts of goddamn things. In this one, there is the Smithing Stones, and then there's the Somber Smithing Stones. Which actually, let me read the description for that while I'm thinking about it. Lovely, just fucking lovely. Somber Smithing Stone. Shard of Smithing Stone drained of color. Special armaments with unique characteristics can be strengthened with colored smithing stones. Number of steps in the mount strength and difference in equipment. So, absolutely no lore at all. Just, if it's got color, you can't use that shit for some reason. Why? Shut up. But anyways, yep. It gives no explanation at all. Just, that's what you need. So, let's upgrade that once. Fortunately, you only need to have one of each, which fortunately I do. But that is slightly worrisome because those are harder to come by. So, mission complete on that one. What's my roll like? It is heavy. I am Fat Man now. What do I have available to change that? Heavy load, heavy load. How far down do I'm gonna need to go down a lot, actually. Try to do something that looks nice. Looks nice. Daddy-like. Daddy-like. Alright, here we go. Alright, that should be good. Alright. Always a pleasure. Alright. Now we can talk to him about Blaidd. And, interact prompt thing is still not fixed, so this might skip something.
Wonderful. I'm glad I pointed you in his direction. He's boorish, blunt, and couldn't find his nose with both hands. But he's a good egg. I think
said the same thing that I did.
To find the best in one another.
You will be boyfriend and boyfriend. It is as it was said in my fanfic, my /fic. Oh, no, it is as I said it shall be. Fucking do it already.
Let's see. See, I have... this is another kind of minor annoyance. Since you can dual wield things in this game, and I am me, I have to keep 2 of every weapon that I can get a hold of. And that includes shields. It does not, however, include like bows or crossbows for obvious reasons. And I don't think that also extends to like catalyst style things either. But if you see me having 2 of something and not selling it, that's the reason why I'm doing that. That, unfortunately, also includes big stupid weapons as well. But if it's something like armor, for example, like sea shields, I need 2 of these. Because one day I might make a stupid build where I use 2 great shields at the same time. Maybe I will, you can't stop me. But for that reason, I need them as an option. So typically what I'll do is I'll get 2 of them, and then I'll put 1 in the chest. But that has gotten complicated, because then I can never remember which ones I have gotten 2 of. So maybe I'll just keep them around. Although, if you didn't need actually 2... If you didn't need 2 weapons, and instead it was just like you unlock the ability to... Like if you have a fist weapon, and then you 2-hand the fist weapon, you get 2. Like, now there's 2 of them. It solves the problem automatically. That's how all of the weapons should work, in some way. But I'll talk more about that in a bit. Also, armor, if it's chest armor, there are some that you need 2 of. The Godric Knight armor here is one of those, because you can alter it by removing the cape, as I mentioned before. But anything else that's like that is not really a thing. Hiding trousers, I'm already wearing the other one. Alright. And it should be that. Yes, okay.
Goodbye for now.
Bye-bye. Alright. Now there's, there were 1 or 2 things I was going to talk about. Let's see, what was the thing that I was just talking about? Yes, the method of acquiring things in all the games. I have said this in the past in my other playthroughs. I'm going to have to go all the way around. No, okay, good. I really don't like the way that weapon upgrades and the meeting out of materials works in all these games. This stands true especially for Elden Ring, because in Elden Ring there are a multitude of weapons. Although the way this game is designed, I would say that a good portion of them are kind of worthless. Like most of the spells and weapons and everything that you're going to find in Limgrave, for example, are kind of just garbage. Not always, but a lot of them are. Like this weapon I'm using now, I was happy to get this because it actually is a useful weapon. Where the hell am I? Which? Oh yeah, this is the wolf one. Do I have... No, I don't have the beast repellent torch yet. I can't remember where I actually got that. Video game, can you stop locking up? If you have a beast repellent torch, they actually will completely leave you alone. For the most part, anyways. You're just so hungry, I know. You haven't eaten in 1 billion years. You gotta get me. Yeah, I know. I know. Can you please? Okay, just wanted him to like jump into it. Alright, damage on this isn't too bad. Alright. If you're gonna go 2-hand though, there's no real way of defending yourself exactly. Other than just attacking when you need to. Nice. Got him on the butthole. Okay, so the obvious lore of this particular cave seems to be this was some sort of bandit hideaway, or at least a soldier hideaway. What exactly they were hiding from, I don't know. They are the Godric soldiers that we saw over here. So maybe they were runaways, or maybe they were just stationed here for some bizarre reason. But we did notice that out here, in this area, there are soldiers that are skulking about looking for something. So it could be that they were looking for... what are they called? Soldiers that have gone rogue. Oh, I hate it. This is another example of my brain just not having something. Crackpot. Deserter. Yes, oh my god. such a simple word that I think about every other day, and sometimes this is how my brain works. It just stops recalling information sometimes, and it just takes a while for it to get going again. Okay, so maybe they were deserters that were just hiding out in this cave, and that's what the other ones outside were looking for. I don't know, but maybe that's what was going on. But all the same, while they were hiding out in here, it seems like these wolves paid them a visit. So maybe this originally was a cave of the wolves.
Cave of the Wolves.
And they made the bad decision of actually settling down in here, and that's what got them. Golden Rune. Although there are like commoners in here. Like, this is not the body of a Godric soldier, this is just a commoner's body. And the other thing that we got an item off of over here was actually another commoner body. So there was a little column A and a little bit of column B going on over here. Now, for those of you that are like, maybe you should just farm for the item discovery items, the silver-footed whatever. I think I might have like one or two of them. I probably just passed it. No, I don't have one. I just have the gold one. But the silver pickled foulfoot, this one increases runes. You have to farm for them, as I mentioned before. And this is that location I was talking about, where you have to gather, apparently, 5 silver fireflies. They're a little bit easier to come down in the underground area that we were just at. But otherwise, you have to spawn at that little waypoint down here. It's easier if you have a beast repellent torch. And you run down here, pick all of them up, and then just run back and sit at the bonfire and just keep doing that over and over again. It's quite irritating, actually. Yeah. Okay, so not much to talk about in this particular cave, but it is what it is. But to finish my original thought, in Elden Ring, like, there are so... Like, if you're like me and you want to eventually have every single... This is a bigger conversation that... Hold on, let me get this over with. Whatever the hell this is. What was it?
The Beastman of Fair Mazula.
Okay, so... Okay, thanks for eating that roll, video game. Appreciate that. Ooh, that is a good one. He taking big damage. Get fucked. Get fucked, bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. Flame Drake Talisman. Talisman depicting a red ancient dragon. This, by the way, this is the kind of boss fight I like. Where I don't, for LP purposes, I don't have to think about it at all. There's like 1 or 2 moments where I'm like, oh, that was fun. And then it's off and I can move on. Because there's really nothing to talk about. He's a weird looking beast man. And he's the beast man of whatever thing that I just said. Who cares? Talisman depicting a red ancient dragon. The ancient dragon... Again, this is one of those things where it's the same thing as this one, where it's these stone dragons that are being depicted with these things that look like continents because they have something to do with being walls of living rock. How literal that is, I don't know. Is it an Attack on Titan style situation? That's not much of a spoiler, but I guess it technically is, sort of. But in here we have... Gosh, what a mess. We have 2 commoner bodies. We have Godric soldier bodies. We have wolves that are just here. And we also have a beastman, a single beastman. So a demi-human. What the hell was going on in here? The stools and the campfires and everything seem to have been set up by the Godric soldiers. The wolves naturally would probably have come here after and probably... Maybe what happened, the order of events. I guess the order of events may have been... Maybe there were commoner bandits here. The Godric soldiers went in here, cleaned them out. Then the Godric soldiers, unfortunately, encountered the Beastman that was living in here. The Beastman killed all of them. The wolves were attracted by the scent of it, came in, started chewing up the delicious little bodies, and that's how we found them. And now we, Tarnished, are now here too. So technically, there are like 5 different factions that are in this one cave. It is quite the mess. Whether that is the narrative of this particular area, I don't know. It is kind of hard to parse out exactly what went down here because, again, the items that we actually got don't tell a story. Which is one of the unfortunate realities of Elden Ring. Most of the things that would tell a story in the previous games just don't. They're just items. They're almost completely interchangeable. Why did that demi-human have this talisman? Why did he have this talisman? Because the game designers wanted this talisman to be here. Because they wanted you to be able to use something that was mildly useful, but not really useful this early on. That's pretty much it. That's really all I had to say about it, unfortunately. Okay. And again, these guys out here are looking for something. So, I guess either these guys were deserters, which I kind of am doubting now, or this was part of the same troop that showed up to investigate something. Let's go pay a visit to him. Hello. I just wanted to do that. Blah. So, who the hell knows? Don't know. Okay, but I can get rid of this. There we go. Now go on to here. Alright. Locking the system. Okay, now the thing I was wanting to talk about. All the games, Demons, Dark, Bloodborne, whatever, it doesn't matter. Maybe not Sekiro, I don't know anything about it. Have had this problem where there will be a million weapons. Technically, you can upgrade all of them, although the feasibility of doing so is outlandish. In some of the games, you'll get the ability to almost fully upgrade most of the weapons, although it will take a nightmarish amount of grinding to do so. And this game is definitely no exception to that rule. Although if you want a Blood Rock or a Titanite Slab or something similar, you might just have to go through New Game plus 400 in order to gather all of them, because they don't want you to have access to more than, like, 3 or something. This mentality that your character should only have 3 or something weapons that are fully upgraded, I have always disagreed with. I've always found it to be repellent and ridiculous. Now, you attempt to... I can think up my own logic, but this is more like FromSoft, Miyazaki. You attempt to explain to me the logic of this, and why that's a good idea. I'll give you time, Miyazaki. I'm actually getting a drink. Why is that a good idea? How does that benefit us? And here we have a ghosty.
A proper death means returning to the Erd Tree. Have patience until the time comes and their roots call to you.
So this ghosty man is waiting to be called back to the Erd Tree. Whenever I said in a prior part that some of the ghosts seem to be eager to return, but they can't because they need to be called in some fashion, this is what I'm talking about. Although this guy is in Catacombs, and this might be... No, this is a... Usually there's either skeletons in the catacombs, or there are the weird little gargoyle, stone, whatever they are things. So I was about to say maybe it's because the death root is actually blocking his ability to move across the Great Tree roots to the Erd Tree, because they used to be connected, or maybe the disconnect between the Great Root and the Erd Tree is the thing that's preventing him from going back. But either way, maybe actually being down here in the catacombs, near the Great Tree roots, is the thing that actually causes that problem in the first place, because maybe the death rune thing that we were talking about during the Night of Black Knives, I think is what it was called, where the demigods were killed by the theft of the death rune and its application into the roots of the Great Tree. Maybe that's the thing that created the separation between the the 2 trees. And that's reason why that there is such a problem with people dying around catacombs, because they can't traverse that system easily back to the Erd Tree. Maybe. That is complete supposition, though. I hate this, by the way. Like, you can see him. He's just fucking standing here. This is one of those FromSoftisms. No one's fooled by this anymore. This is like the only trick they have. There's usually like an enemy that they plainly put in view. Like, here's an enemy, or there's an item. In this case, it's both of them. And sometimes they'll give it a bow, or it throws daggers or something at you. So you're meant to be like, I want to kill that enemy. It's being annoying. I need to get rid of it. So you'll be propelled to go chase it, right? And then there'll be an enemy that's standing over to the side trying to ambush you. And FromSoft does this so much that no one is fooled by it anymore. But, even though you do see him here, you can still be hit by it. Like, there I got lucky. That's what irritates me about this, is that sometimes these enemies, like this guy, he's pretty bad about it. Like, they are so fast and aggressive that the microsecond you dip into this room, even if you see him and you immediately roll out, you can still get hit. So it's just like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Don't like that. In my opinion, if you see that happening and you see the enemy there, you should be able to counter it fairly easily in some way. And you could, like, walk forward with a shield or something. Like, sure, there are other ways that you can handle that situation, but the fact that the enemy is that aggressive and that fast that you don't have much time to actually deal with it is a little bit laughable. So, it's not a huge deal, there are solutions to it, but it's something that could be handled a little bit better, in my opinion. Okay, but what I was saying about weapons. The whole upgrading like 3 things the whole game, I've always found to be stupid. I really detest that. They've gotten better about it over time, and I've said in the past that my solution to this problem, like, the whole logic of it is, it follows the same logic of, like, re-rolling your stats. Like, in this game, finally, you can completely re-roll your appearance. You can even change your, like, presented gender and all this other stuff. You can change everything about yourself. Which is great. I'm glad they finally got on the same page as reality, and they're like, who cares? Like, apply that logic to it. Who cares? It doesn't actually matter. Who cares? And being able to finally acknowledge that logic fixes so many problems. We can't let players do that. Why? Oh, there's no actual reason. We were just being stupid. Like, that instantly resolves many issues. They need to apply that logic to the weapon upgrade system. And to several things, for that matter. So, what is so wrong with allowing players to, at the end of the game, eventually, not right away, but eventually have the ability to upgrade every single weapon that they have collected? What is wrong with that? I know your brain is instantly like, well, that would be overpowered in some way that I can't quite place right away, but I'm sure that it is. Because I'm sure that they have the same thought. But I think the more you examine that, the more that you'll realize that that makes absolutely no sense at all. Because there's only... You can only use what? Like, sure, you have 1, 2, 3 weapon slots, 1, 2, 3 offhand slots. Motherfucker, while I'm fucking talking. Let's see if we do this. Can't see where I'm aiming. Oh, there it is. I like how it continues to go forward even though it's gone. It stays on that completely straight path even though it has long since gone back down. Not a complaint, it's funny. Don't like looking directly into it. Okay. It's done. So, to me... Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Prattling Pate, hello. Prattling Pate, hello. This is a twisted clay sculpt in the shape of a human head. Emits a voice that says hello. So these are the Dark Souls 1 they can't use the same logic with these, so they had to make up a completely different character. Who Blaidd and Darriwil is, I'm not quite sure. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we'll find a connection. Maybe we'll find that connection. I don't know. A wistful fetish. And imparts a fetish being like, not like a sexual fetish, but like an item, like the fetish itself. That imparts voices and words on an eternal journey. Internal. There's nothing up here. Okay. My argument for why this would be the case, why you would want to limit the player's ability to upgrade things like that, there is logic to it, and the same logic applies to being able to reroll your character. I also believe that they are not handling that correctly either. So a lot of people have been pointing out, I was concerned that you wouldn't be able to farm the items to be able to reroll your character. And I had heard early that you couldn't, which I'm still not 100% if it's true or not, that you can. Some people have said that you can, other people have said, well, no, you sort of think you can, but actually those are like limited items or something. Alright, come on. Group up. Group up, let me roll. Give me my fucking camera back. God, I fucking hate how you motherfuckers stagger like that. Okay, smoldering butterfly, so nothing important there, alright? And there's nothing up here, so we don't have to do that. I just wanted to make sure that this area was cleared out. And I might be able to actually stagger something in here to get my health back so I don't have to use a flask. The logic of actually utilizing that system... I'll get this guy first. There we go. There we go. That's what I wanted. In older video games, the term level is there for a reason. These days it's kind of arbitrary. It's as though you developed a game. Like, say, I don't know, like Tetris, for example. You would identify the elements of the game. Like here, for example, there's one ranged enemy. It's meant to bait you into going in here. Still get hit. Wonderful. And of course that one little asshole has to pop out because he's trying to hit you from the side. Like I said, FromSoft has one trick. This is the one thing that they always do. He got stuck on the wall. When I say I don't like taking damage, I'm serious. I don't like taking damage. Motherfucker. Son of a bitch. Get your stupid ass over here. Ah! God damn, I hate that. Didn't help that the game started freezing up. Yeah, I see ya. You can see that's how things usually play out for me whenever I'm playing this game. I roll at the right time, I swing. Ooh, I dodged. Great. I hit you even though, like, fast weapons are very important in this game, unfortunately. That's one of the reasons why I didn't want to invest too much in the strength. Actually, I wonder. Hold on, Wandering Nobles. Damn. I was hoping this... Sometimes on these weapons, if you do like a crouching... I used to think that the crouching move was always the running move. And it often is. But sometimes they have a unique swing. Sometimes it's like the plunging attack. Like the flail, it's more of a plunging hit. But it's not always the same logic applied to every one of them. Like if you're using a greatsword, it's actually a thrust. So there are many enemies that you can stun lock by like going up, crouching, R1ing, crouching, R1ing, and you can actually keep them stunned because that attack actually comes out very slightly faster, I think. Wandering Noble Spirit, hold on. These guys are pretty much useless. There are 5 of them though, so that's their one advantage.
Ashen remains, which spirits the spirits of nobles who, after death, now wander the lands between. Surely they were in search of something once, but whatever it was has long been forgotten. So you'll see these roaming caravans. Like there's one that like goes from here all the way up to like here, and it has an axe that I need to get. Actually, I'll probably forget about it this episode. I might get that one off screen. It's not terribly important. But you'll often see these like big groups of these dudes, and it's almost as though they're doing what they would have done whenever they were more sane, more human, as you were. And they're kind of just going through the motions, which is a pretty common sentiment in FromSoft games. Okay, so that is now open. And I think that there are no enemies in between these 2 points, so I can just rest and not have to worry about it. There's these guys, but you don't actually have to interact with them. As far as the design of these catacombs go, whenever you first go into these areas, there's usually one enemy, maybe two, that are like an introductory enemy. They're usually between the bonfire and the first boss room. And it's sort of a, hey, this is what this catacomb is all about. If you can't beat this first enemy, then you need to leave. So that's a good, well, it's a good design. I wish you could kind of seal the enemy off or something, so you don't have to worry about them once you have actually cleared out the whole catacomb. Because having to deal with them every single time you run to a boss room is kind of annoying. Okay, anyways, in older games, whenever, like, the concept of a level was, if you have a game like Tetris, then you would look at what elements to the design of the game there are. So there would be, like, in the case of Tetris, there are different shapes. You need to obviously clear lines. There are differing speeds. There's also the seed rotation of what things are going to come next. There's lots of different things that you need to learn. But if you're just teaching the game for the first time, you have to have incremental levels to the design of the game to slowly introduce things at one at a time. Like in even the case of this game, whenever we first started the video game down here, it very slowly introduced us to the most basic concepts. And in the earliest video games, that was literally what a level was for. It was like level 1, how to move, level 2, how to attack, level 3, how to dodge. Just whatever you consider to be the incremental most important elements to your game, that's how you would organize your levels, right? With weapons in these games, upgrading your weapons, it follows that same suit. I imagine that's what their logic is if you decide that you like curved weapons, then you might upgrade that weapon to +3 or something, and then you might switch over to like a dagger or something and upgrade that to +3 and so on. But the bottleneck to the upgrade materials restricts your ability to switch off of weapons wildly, and it gives you an incentive to stay on one of them and keep learning that weapon until you have sort of perfected your understanding of how that weapon class actually works. And by the time that you actually reach the end of the game, then the whole idea of you having limited access to upgrade materials is meant to restrict you in that same way to make a decision on what your character needs to be. So, the character that you're making, is this going to be, like, what identifies your character the most? Are they going to be a heavy-hitting, like, lady like Freelid, my other character, that is wielding a greatsword? Is that what identifies that character? Is it going to be a fast-moving sorcerer character that just so happens to have a katana or something? That's what identifies your character. That's you. An obvious problem with this is that if you have, like, say, what's a good example? I guess this would have to do. If you have a bunch of straight swords, like a lowered sworn straight sword, a broadsword, a long sword, a short sword, they have distinctions between them. They're all effectively very, very similar to one another. And you're proficient in that weapon.
let's say that you have a plus 25 in this game, which is crazy. A plus 25 short sword. No one's going to have that, but let's just say that you do. If you have that plus 25 short sword, then it might take a long time for you to upgrade another straight sword to be even plus 20, much less plus 25. To me, that's a problem. Because you're still being identified by the fact that you are a short or a straight sword wielding character. That doesn't go away at all. But that restriction on your ability to upgrade anything in your inventory is creating a problem where if you find something that is like very slightly better or something you like a little bit more, you've already spent your slab or whatever it is, and now you can't do anything. You're completely locked out of that system. And now you're going to permanently have, unless you go in the New Game Plus and play the whole game all the way through, all over again for that one upgrade item, you're going to have that same issue. Making the upgrade materials farmable was a band-aid solution, because the core problem remains. The actual core problem is that the mindset of encouraging players to pick one thing that is identifiable as them is absolutely fine, but that should not be restricted to that should include things that are very, very similar to the thing that they're already using. I've mentioned this before, but my solution to this problem would be to, instead of focusing on upgrading a single weapon, which I guess you could still do, technically, instead of doing that, you should be able to upgrade the entire class. So in this case, instead of, I found a short sword, I'm going to upgrade my short sword. And that's the only thing that I'm going to upgrade. It would instead work something like, if you upgrade your short sword to plus 15, all of the other swords that you find, Lordsworn, Straight Sword, Broadsword, Longsword, all of them will also upgrade to plus 10 or plus 14 or something like that. They'll be almost just as good. Or hell, you could even make them also plus 15 and it wouldn't really matter. Like, I'm just trying to meet you halfway on this. Point being, you can have a little bit of flex in this if you want to. And that makes it so that you can continue to operate within your chosen class of whatever weapon that you're using, and you still have an identity as a player. But at the same time, you're not allowed to just go into whatever other thing that you want willy-nilly and have no experience with it and instantly be doing the same degree of damage with no training. Because one of the things that you have to do if you're upgrading something from raw, like if you suddenly decide one day, I'm going to try clubs, whatever. You can't upgrade that same thing to plus 15 because of that bottleneck. So you sort of have to go back to prior areas with that club and to sort of try it out against weaker enemies. You don't want players to dive head first into whatever is contemporary to the content that they're interacting with at that one moment, because that's going to be so intense for them, because again, we're operating on the logic of levels. Level 1, level 2, level 3. They have to drop down effectively a few levels to be able to get used to that weapon again. That's the logic of having a system like this. Which again is absolutely fine. But if you handle it that way to where you're getting a plus 15 weapon and then the other ones are plus 10 or whatever within its own class, and the other ones outside of it are still 0, then that solves that problem. But you don't run into the problem of the upgrade material thing restricting your ability to do anything at all, especially within your chosen class. And I compare that to leveling up with attributes, because that is another consistent problem in the game. The items to reroll your stats are farmable now, but that does not fix the issue. Because the actual issue is, one, that system should be like the mirror. It should be absolutely free, and you should be able to go to the round table and do it whenever you want to. But you can't do it in the field. But, however, again, applying the logic of levels, the logic of you're not used to this yet, you need to go back and train, you shouldn't be able to instantly go from being a dexterity using guy, like I am at the moment, you shouldn't be able to just instantly go from that to a strength user. And especially you shouldn't be able to go from doing this with no spells at all to being the best sorcerer on the planet, because you have absolutely no experience being a sorcerer. You don't know how it works. Your character has never done it before. You're not proven in it, and that's going to harm you in the long run. And that's something as a designer you should be trying to prevent. So, even the way that it works now, with these farmable items, that is their attempt to try to do the same thing. They restrict your ability to just do it willy-nilly whenever you want to. But that doesn't work, because that's not the actual problem. The actual problem is that you don't want people to just switch in between things at a whim when they have no experience with it, and also because you don't want the additional problem of creating that system where you can switch between being a perfect strength user and a perfect mage to be able to interchangeably deal with bosses in a very easy way whenever you want to. You get what I'm saying? MMOs have in the past sort of handled this problem by making it so that, yes, you can transition between your builds, but you need to build up experience to be able to do it. Which is sort of annoying in MMO, but I understand the logic. And you would sort of probably have to apply to that same sort of thing here. So anyways, tried to get that thought out. And here we have Kitty Cat. Technically it's Watchdog, but everyone thinks he's a cat, so he's a cat. He's a kitty. Here he comes. I actually really like the design of these guys. Some people were ridiculing the fact that its animations are so, like, stilted. I really like that. I love these guys, in theory. There are some variations of this boss, though, that are incredibly irritating. The magic one, for example, has these huge AoEs, and it seems a little bit faster. So it becomes almost impossible, as a strength user at least, to get any, like, damage in. Whoop. Oh, actually it did stagger. There we go. That's the kind of boss fight I like to have. See, that wasn't necessarily an easy boss fight. It was, you know, but it was very fair. And I almost got caught out because I got too greedy. I just so happened to trigger a stagger animation. But I took no damage from that boss. And it's because I learned its moveset and I have prior knowledge of it. And because of that, now I'm able to, like, effortlessly get rid of that boss without taking damage in theory. I probably would have, though. And that's what I like about bosses like that, because they are fair. I don't like bosses that are incredibly fast and unfair, because they're trying their best to give you a challenge every time that you face it, no matter what skill level that you're at. To me, that completely invalidates what I like about these games in the first place. What I like about them is that I can eventually learn them to a point where I can go through the game perfectly. And I know that some people have done this challenge where they go through all the games in one sitting without taking any damage at all, but that's getting so crazy and so particular to running the game as a speed run, to the point where you're, like, memorizing hitbox placement and, like, exploitable animations, and just it becomes so particular that it's completely unreasonable. So I never take the guy playing Dark Souls on bongo drums, DK bongo drums, to be evidence that the games are perfectly designed. They are not. But anyways, Noble Sorcerer Ashes. Probably one of the worst summons in the entire game. I honestly have no idea why this guy even exists. Because you would think if you upgrade him enough, suddenly he will become some sort of, like, Chad Omega sorcerer. He does not. He stays terrible. Spirit of a nobleman who once asked to be given a place at Raya Lucaria to learn glintstone sorceries, as apparently many noblemen do. His talents were insufficient to be worthy of donning the stone crown, however, and he is only capable of using the most rudimentary sorcery. So he is in fact a bitch. And whenever you use him, maybe he's added for storytelling purposes. I don't know. But he is, that description definitely matches his actual behavior. He is not a very good summon. We will not be using him, unfortunately. I have tried him a few times. Yeah. He doesn't cut the cheese. He does not. Okay. So I'm glad I managed to get that discussion out of the way. I look forward to anyone with responses to that.
Unless you disagree. No disagreement allowed.
Alright, let's try to keep this restricted in some way. I'm not going to be doing Dragon Chan. We've already done that. I can go back and do the fort, I suppose. Let's try to take care of the fort, because then that'll give us our first taste of blood.
What's that smell? It's Fort Haight. And the continuation of our NPC questline is blood.
Alright. So what do you guys think about that? So there are definitely considerations against what I was talking about. Like, being able to upgrade an entire weapon class at the same time does have some drawbacks. Especially if you're designing a game the way that Elden Ring has designed theirs. Because in Elden Ring, there are weapons that you get later on that are just straight up absurdly better than what you're currently using. Which I don't like, as stated before. Alright, is Pumpkinhead still over here? Yeah, he is. We'll just chill out here for a bit, wait for him to go past, and we can take care of him afterwards. No. Don't you look at me. Like, I can't think of too many drawbacks. I try to think about it objectively and think of, like, the sort of give and take of all these things. If you allow people to be, like, let's say, for example, he didn't notice that. Who did that? What happened over here? He actually didn't see us. It's ridiculous. I guess I'll just steer off from this place. If you allow someone to upgrade their weapons like that, Golden Sea, so that if they have a plus 15 straight sword, if there is enough variation in the moveset of the individual weapon within its own class, then that can be a restriction. Come get me. Come get me. He got me. And I'll save him. I'll save both of those guys, actually. Okay. If there is a distinction enough between, like, if you have a later weapon in the game that's, like, radically different, even though it's within technically the same weapon class, then sure, that's an argument. But I would contend that if you're having weapons like that, they're that grandiose compared to your beginning weapons, then why do you have so many weapons in your game in the first place? At that point, I would contend that you could probably just have a system. God damn it, he managed to barely throw it in. You could probably have a system where you take your existing weapons and just upgrade them into sort of like how boss soul weapons used to. Get out of here, you fucking dumbass rat. What are you doing on the fucking side of these guys? Help the commoners! We have to stop the invading Tarnished! Go, rats! What the fuck? What is the goddamn logic of this? Just chilling out here with them? What are you, good pals? Fuck off. Okay, what is this? Nomadic Warriors Cookbook number 6. Now let's try to read this before we get attacked. No, it's not in here. It's gonna be... Where the hell is it? What? Number 6. Recommendations, under scarcity, blood grease, drawstring, blood grease, blood bone arrow. So all these are blood themed. So again, the theme of this area being associated with blood in some way remains intact. Why would they have this here? Presumably because the commander of this fort, and maybe his subordinates as well, are obsessed with blood. Why is it important? Maybe we'll see later. maybe. I love anticipating an enemy's attack and then like perfectly rolling through it, and it mattering. Like you actually get the shit done. It's very rewarding for things to work because there's logic to them. When an enemy is just flailing and it's just fucking nonsense crazy town, then it's way less satisfying to me. That's one of the reasons why I did not really care for... Oh, good. I actually need this. This Commodore headband is almost invisible on your character, so if you want something that'll just like show off your stupid face, that is an option, especially if you have hair. But unfortunately, I don't have hair, so I look more like a dork, so back on the mask goes. No dork for me. Where did the Blood Knight go? You guys aren't doing anything naughty down there. Okay, good. Now, hopefully these guys will survive the fight with this dude. There they are. Come over here. Go get them, boys. These guys are great. Some people were making fun of me for picking these dudes. Whoops. Nope. Did that too fast. The first hit was not my fault. The second hit was. Because the game kind of froze on me a little bit. Alright, Bloody Slash. Blood Rose, again, blood theme. May as well just look at that for a moment. Blood Rose, Blood Rose. Just, we've already seen it, but... particularly beloved by those who serve the Lord of Blood. So just reminding you of that. Blood theme. Serving the Lord of Blood. Build a Great Shield. Okay, I already have plenty of those, actually. I've actually sold plenty of them as well. Now I actually want to go back outside and take care of that pumpkin head, because I don't think he actually respawns. When I was considering the idea of doing Strength Faith, the weapon that he carries is actually it's a strength-based flail. So it's one of the few strength weapons that can actually inflict bleed reliably, that you can get very early on in the game. And, unfortunately, he doesn't respawn, so if you don't get it on the first try, then your whole game file is fucked. Because after that, you have to wait until, like, way later. It's like you have to go up here in the Lakes region, and that's the first time you actually have access to one of these guys that will drop it, and he actually respawns. All the other ones just carry a mace. Okay. No, don't freeze on me. There we go. More Blood Rose out here. Shablam! What'd you drop for me, baby? A smithing stone. That's actually good. So the thing I was actually complaining about early on, and kind of goes along with this, like you just noticed me saying that if I had wanted to do that, then I kind of would have been fucked if this guy had not dropped this, and he doesn't very often. Like, it took me about 10 or so times to actually clear him and actually get his weapon. What the hell's that noise? Heard something else walking. Well, if he's not going to pay attention. Or is he simply pretending? Now, the second that I hit this dude, he's going to have enough poise that he'll completely ignore it and just turn around and hit me. Oh, wow. Wow, you guys really fucked him up. Sanctuary Stone. And that guy supposedly does not come back. So if we had not done that, that would have been it. Like, that would have been the end of that particular hope. Your early... This is one of my criticisms of Elden Ring, specifically. You can, as I've demonstrated in the first, like, 4 or so parts, immediately race to almost anywhere in the game to pick up something. It's more difficult beyond the city, the whatever it's called, I can't remember, but the big city that's halfway through, that's up at the Atlas Plateau. It's much more difficult to get in there to be able to collect things. But anything before that is fairly simple. But they have transparently put most of the good shit really deep in there. So you guys don't even need to climb. So that you can't pick up those things early in the game. So my previous applause that I was giving Elden Ring for being able to just go anywhere immediately and pick up the things that you want is, even though it's dangerous, I pull some of that back in because they didn't go all in on it. Because especially like early on in Limgrave, there's almost nothing here worth having. Like the weapon I'm using right now is like one of the very few things that's like, oh, that's a good weapon. I can't really think of anything else that's like that except for this, Reduvia, which is almost like some people consider to be overpowered, or it at least is so good of an option that you're going to be using it for a long time in the game. That is one downside of getting weapons that are like too good too early. If they are considered the best in option of that class and you're able to just get them right away, that does like ensure that I wonder if I should go here first. I'll try it. I'll see if he's still there. We've just cleared out that area, and the NPC was asking us to clear out this area, so I don't know if we have to go talk to him or not. I've never actually seen him before, as I said. Yeah, that's one minor problem with that. Although, again, that goes hand in hand with the idea that you're making not all the weapons equal in some capacity. Which you kind of do. Like, if you run into the first weapon that you can pick up in the game, and it can be just as good as every other weapon in the game, and nothing is better, then why would you ever change? Why would you ever be happy to find anything, right? Nah, I don't need you. Well, I think this is a health one. Like, I think this is just for flash charges. Yeah, why do they put those so close to bonfires? I guess because you could fight the big giant over there? But if you did that, you could just immediately go sit back down, or, like, I don't understand their placement of a lot of those guys. Okay, so yeah, he's still here. Yep. Here's Dork Chan now.
I've been waiting for you with bated breath. Did you manage to recapture my fort? Oh, excellent news.
Yep. Just me,
wonderful.
all on my own.
And the knight's dead to boot. Well done, my friend. Well done indeed. I knew I was right to trust you. Now, here's your reward, as promised.
Right from my
Go
butthole.
ahead. It's all yours.
Eat up! Okay, Erdsteel Dagger. So, for those of you that are like, I never met this guy, that was me too. I didn't know he existed until I started looking around the interactive map, and I noticed NPC first appearance. Like, who? Excuse me? Okay, so let's look at that before we continue talking to this just gentleman, this absolute gentleman. An Erdsteel dagger with a grass crest engraved upon its blade. Ooh, grass crest. Carried by the Erd Tree royalty for self-defense in times of peace. So it was basically just not a ceremonial thing, but like a prestige item that he carried around because he's Erd Tree royalty, whatever that means. Though forged to a high standard, the weapon is difficult to wield because it's probably there for appearances. Although honestly, it doesn't look like it would be that difficult to wield. It doesn't have much of a hilt area, so if you were doing any thrusting, which it doesn't look like you really would, then it might be kind of hard to choke up on the hilt. That's part of the reasons why you want something. You want the hilt to be sort of wide so that you can not ride up into the blade itself as you're holding it, I guess. So maybe that's what they're referring to. I don't know. I'm not that much of a blade expert, certainly. In fact, I'm barely one at all, because I'm not. In fact, I know nothing about what I'm talking about. What is this? What is a knife? I don't know. Attack power also scales with faith. So we are also a Dex faith character, so that could be useful to us. But then again, it's also a dagger, so although this is kind of a problem with the modern Souls formula combat, so many enemies late game are so incredibly fast, and that is their solution to like every problem. that big slow weapons become useless, and the weapons also are, or the enemies also are huge. So very small, short weapons are also kind of useless. So you need a weapon that is incredibly long, very fast, but also still manages to deal a lot of damage. Does that sound like anything to you?
Right then. Time for me to head to the fort. I've much to do. First, I'll have to re-establish communication with the demi-humans. What's that look? You don't believe me? Well, under the Erd Tree, commingling with the demi-humans is made possible. Even the vulgar shall not be left behind, under the rule of true order. Which is why I, Kenneth Haight,
How enlightened.
next in line as the rightful ruler of Limgrave, have sworn to uphold it. Just you watch, my friend. Just you watch.
Okay, so the shattering of the Elden Ring, which, by the way, the Elden Ring is literally just, from what I gather, it is the shape that is the logo that's on the box art. So it's not really a ring, it's more of like a huge accumulation of rings. Maybe. It might actually be something else, but usually whenever you get a great rune for the first time for defeating a boss, you like see like a picture of it, and it describes it as being part of the Elden Ring itself. And it is a series of overlapping circles, essentially. And it looks just like the logo, so as far as its physical shape, I imagine that's what it probably is. What it is beyond that, I don't know. But anyways, whenever the Elden Ring was actually shattered, presumably the Golden Order also lost its power. And this dude, who is like ruling over no one, and the other humans that are in this area are batshit crazy, right? Remember? Like, society effectively has collapsed, but he's treating it as though it's normal, and he's trying to get things back going because he's obsessed with the idea that he is nobility, and now is his time to claim power. I get the feeling that this guy probably wasn't actually, like, the son of a leader or anything. Like, say that there was a king that was over this land. I don't know if it was a king or what. And I don't think that was, like, the king's son. I think it's more likely that this guy is probably, like, the 5th or 6th dude down. And it's more like he finally is sniffing his chance for actual power. But he's so, what's the word? He's so detached from reality that it really has not occurred to him that the era of, like, kingdoms and the way that he's thinking of them has been gone for a long time. How long? I don't know, but considering that there's, like, fucking zombies and shit roaming around, and all the things that we find are in ruins, then, you know, you could put two and two together, I guess. Where he came from, I don't know, as I said. But yeah, this seems to be the point of this guy's character, is that he is just detached from reality, and he's trying to reclaim something that is no longer there.
Yes. I've been meaning to ask, would you like to enter my service? I see bright things in your future, stout warrior. Enter into my service and learn the workings of the Erd Tree's true order. And who knows? Perhaps sometime down the line, the grace of gold will return to those tarnished eyes of yours.
I can already see it.
A fine accord, is it not?
I didn't know you could actually do this. So before I do anything stupid, and by stupid I mean do anything involving my own agency. There he is. I'm going to look this up, because it is a FromSoft game, and they will do everything in their power to ruin a questline. It's unfortunate that you have to do this, but most of the people that I've heard from in regards to... I've asked you guys to talk about NPC questlines to some degree in the last part, and most of you that responded did say this, that eventually you just gave up trying to do it organically and just use the wiki, which is really unfortunate. I think that's a very damning anecdote from most people. that they can't play the game organically like that. It's just not possible. Okay. It doesn't say anything about it, actually. I think there's only dialogue for him actually, or you actually agreeing to it. It probably doesn't matter, one or the other. I'm kind of curious what he says whenever you don't pledge service, but I'll just go ahead and do it.
Very well indeed. I knew I saw something in you. I shall await you at my fort. We shall
His
hold a
fort?
ceremony for your knighting there, I think. I see great things ahead of us. We are truly by the Erd Tree blessed.
So yeah, he's an idiot.
Right then. Time for me to head to the fort. I've much to do. First, I'll have to re-establish communication.
So he says the same
with
thing as
humans.
before. That sounds like it's going to be a good time, right? So he's going to return to the fort, and he's going to invite the demi-humans in. You know the demi-humans? The horrible little goblin monkey men that whenever they see us go "Ah!" and start beating their shields as they soil their loincloths violently in feces and blood and run at us screeching, aching for our ultimate destruction. The things that were trying to besiege this place in the first place. And the Godric soldiers that had apparently, I don't know, maybe they were also deserters because they were pledging themselves to the Lord of Blood. Were actually firing on them, trying to beat them back. Yeah, let's just invite them in. Because this is his fort now. Let's see how that plays out. Because I'm not quite sure how it plays out, and I'm curious myself. Hello, friends! Oh, they're screaming! What's going on? Are you just happy to see me? Apparently not. So yeah, immediately... just immediately. There's not even any dialogue, nothing. Just very angry demi-humans that want to murder us. I'm here for my knighting ceremony! I'm gonna be a knight, guys. Were you also knighted? Is this part of the ceremony? Guys, why aren't you getting back up? This is like a test, right? Oh, they'll get back up later. They're probably tuckered out from all the partying. Okay. So let's run around. Maybe we'll find something nice. Actually, I think there's something right here, too. Maybe not. Hold on. No, I guess not. I am misremembering. I thought there was like a single corpse to like a crummy little item, like a smoldering butterfly or something down here. Oh no, he is up here. What the hell? He's actually alive. Oh, sorry. I may have murdered all your quote-unquote subjects.
You, is it? I suppose you must have seen it by now, yes. The sorry state of my fort. Oh, indeed, it is a foul fate for a land to be without a ruler. One must be found, with haste, and not that awful Godric, but a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
So he doesn't think it's him anymore.
I'm sorry to have lifted your hopes, but I haven't the authority to raise you to knighthood as things stand. The great Kenneth Haight issues his sincerest apology. But now, I must begin my search post-haste for a true and stalwart lord of the proper lineage to take the reins of Limgrave.
I figured for sure he'd be dead.
I must begin my for a true.
Okay. So this is, as far as I know, where his quest ends. I think. Because the game files point to sexy ab lady that you meet in Stormvale Castle much later on. Supposedly the quest involves bringing her here in some capacity, but I know that like 2 or 3 other quests also involve her in a way that makes it impossible for her to have done that. in some way that I'm quite vague on. So, if that will ever come to pass, I don't know. But I guess for the time being, that's where that ends, unless you guys know more than I do. Which is quite easy, considering that most of you have probably beaten the game 2 or 3 times over, whereas I've been locked into this area for quite some time. Alright, nothing up here, nothing new. Okay. Anything I'm missing? Guess no. Let me hold on. It is currently unknown whether the quest ends here or if there is a lord the player can take over can take over Fort Haight. However, players have found lines of the game files that should suggest that Nephili Lu is the successor Kenneth seeks. Although there's nothing I can do about that for the time being. Hold on. I'm gonna research a few things. No? No. Okay. Alright, good. Alright. I guess it's complete for the time being. It's a little bit confusing, but if it works, it works. Alright, so this is all done. This is complete. I no longer need this marker. I do need to go here. I also need to do that. Quite a few things I need to do, actually. A lot of things I need to do. Let's actually start... Oops. Let's start here, actually. We'll move forward, because there's like a few forts that I would like to clear out, too. Like little miniature encampments. That'll be a good thing to do. In a way, the game map is actually smaller than you would think, because there's not too many... There's like core locations. This way. There's some core locations to be cleared out. Yeah, here we go. But after you do that, that's pretty much it. Thankfully, there's not like any treasure chests that are out in the middle of nowhere. That would be really... Oh, that would be the worst. There we go. See, they drop lots of raisins for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. Something really cute about it. They just love raisins so much. Man, certainly screwed him up. Oh, something I was going to say long ago. There's actually 2 distinct types of dogs now. Of course, there are, like, the hairy dogs, and then there's the weird zombie dogs, and so forth and so on. But there's a distinction between the behavioral, like, patterns of these wolves and the ordinary dogs. The wolves seem to be a bit more fair, because they will actually, like, stalk you and try to get behind you, but in a more, like, fair, less ridiculous way. Armor's Cookbook, number 1. Goodness. Don't you start a fight, guys. I'm trying to do something. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following bow and arrow. Yeah, okay. Of course, they started a fight. No. No. My special ability! Nope. Oh. Okay. Is that it? Is that really all this area is? I've never actually cleared out this little area before. Boink? Boink? No. Oh, wow, I can jump up this. Oh, it looks like something's up there. Oh, there wasn't. Was that just... It was him. I saw him on, like, the horizon line of this thing and thought it was someone's head because he was so big in the distance. It's actually kind of cute. Alright. Look at those wolves go. Man, they're all over the place. Alright, no longer need to worry about this. That is done. There is a boss there that only comes out at night. I'll do that later. There's also... Oh yeah, the artist shack. I said I was going to go to that place much earlier, and then I never did that. Oh yeah, because I stopped there and turned around and came back. That's what it was. Can I even get up there using this method? This is one of those areas of the map I just never go to. Oh, there's a... Huh. Did I know this was here? This may be the first time I've ever found this Lost Grace. No, Wolf, go away. Now, can I actually get up here? This is another one of my minor problems with how they lay out the map sometimes. Come on. Is they will do this, but then they will make it impossible to actually utilize it to go anywhere. That one goes up there. Whoa, stop it. So it had to be on this side. I kind of doubt it. I might be able to jump over that. Hope I don't fall into a ravine trying. Oh, just barely. Why do they make that so difficult? I guess to try to teach you that you can do things in a way that... That looks like it's going to explode. I'll do it anyways. If this weapon can actually hit. Come on. There we go. Haha. So you do get stuff from those guys, but they do explode. There is one... There's like one area that I can think of where it's a mine where... Actually, I think it might be... You know how you take the big elevator up to the Atlas Plateau? The optional boss that you can take on to get there not using that method? I think it's there. But there's like a tunnel, and you can see a point of grace like right in front of you almost. Or it's right around the corner. But right in front of it, you're going down a tunnel, and there's one of those things just sitting there. And it was the first time I had ever seen one that explodes. And I hit it, and I immediately heard the hissing noise, so I rolled away, but the explosion radius is so big that it caught me and killed me anyways. And that's like a moment, like I couldn't see the point of grace because it was just barely around the corner. And that was like one of those definite Miyazaki things where it was just there just to be cunty about it. Having an exploding thing that's there to bait you into... Like it's a mimic, effectively. Oh, it's a fun reward scarab. I love killing these things. I wonder what I'll get. Death. And also there was a point of grace that you could have sat down. You could have jumped over it and just sat down there and not had the problem. But we're not going to show you that it's there. Ha ha ha! Wasn't that cute of us? I hate that shit. They love doing that crap. Okay, homing instinct painting. We've encountered paintings before, but I've never done anything with them. Work of a wandering artist, reminiscence of a painting titled Homing Instinct. This painter is said to have captured the landscape scene during their last moments of those welcome to death's embrace. We've read this before. The soul of the painter vestiges of the dead's last moments can be discovered by visiting the location depicted even now. So I know where this is because we encountered a bunch of signs that were in front of it. I know the vague location of it. I think it's like you take this and you go down here and it's like right around here. So I guess I can probably take this one. We will see what happens. We made some good progress today. We're almost actually done with Limgrave itself. Which is exciting news to me, because if it takes about 3 or 4 episodes to actually clear out an entire area, as long as I have it like pre-planned, then that can actually go fairly expediently. I just have to know that these things exist. Where was it? I think I'm actually moving too far north, that it's not actually in this area. Get out of here, fucking tree. Of course, this is this goddamn bat. Pay attention! Alright, yeah, I'll kill you too. I appreciate... There it is. I appreciate enemies in these games that... Like, there's the weird little sheep guys or whatever. Or the wild animals, the deer. They run away from you. And I appreciate the ones that just don't care that you exist. Oh. So there we saw a guy in a chair. Incantation Scarab. And I think this is actually like a helmet. Yes, it is. But I wanted to point out that guy was sitting in a chair, and we find corpses sitting in chairs all over the place. And I don't know why. At first I thought maybe they're all facing a common direction, like they're all looking to the Erd tree, but some of them are like looking out to sea. And this guy was looking towards this gravestone. So what exactly it was that he was looking for, I don't know. Golden scarab worn directly on the head. There's quite a few of these. I don't know why they chose this dumbass looking thing, of all things, to have a million color variations, but I know there's at least 3 of them. These scarabs roll clumps of incantations during their labors. Clumps of incantations. So you know how the scarabs roll things around and their ashes? I took that to mean that the scarabs are finding the ashes on the ground, and they just so happen to have collected them and are just rolling them around because they just have some sort of instinct to do so. So I thought that maybe later on we might find, like, scarabs that don't have balls. And they're just, like, walking on the ground looking for stuff to roll up. I haven't yet, though. I have seen larger ones, though. Reduces the FP cost of incantations, but increases damage taken. As the scarab approaches death, it abandons its rolled treasure and stretches its wings wide for the long journey to its home nest. So they can fly, but they will only fly when they're about to die. But they're flying to go home. Now why is it that why would they fly to go... Why would they have a home if they never use it until they're about to die? Unless it means that it's their, like, birthing place or something? Like a trout going upstream? Maybe it's referring again to the Erd tree, and that's the reason why they need to fly? No idea. Not enough information to go off of, but still appreciated all the same, I suppose. Okay. I can get rid of this as well. No, come on. Right, good. And it leaves mostly that stuff up here. I can get rid of this. Oh, I keep doing that. Alright, and that's the merchant. This, I need to do this. Good. And then I'll probably clear out the entirety of the south side. Which is great news for me. I like the progression of this. I feel much better about the LP now. Being able to see things that I need to do and then doing them is helping out a lot. Because in the Dark Souls LP, I not only knew, I knew the game front to back, like I had no problems there, but also it's not exactly a linear game, but you're still moving down linear corridors, so there's no problem there. So there's not much room to screw up. Here we have more of these open coffins, by the way, and more of this thing where there's just shit tons of runes all over the place. And for some reason, there are lots of wolves hanging out. So in this case, we don't have undead near the area that we are aware of just yet. But there are open coffins all the same. So whether this is another site for Deathroot, who can say? But probably so. I really wish the colors on those were more unique. Because the golden color of those scarabs, they do a good job of drawing your eye to them. The golden color looks like it would be... Like even the red ones, there's still sort of like a reddish golden color to them. Oh, there goes that caravan I was talking about. You can just barely see it. There. Well, we'll take care of this first. Oh, good. Killing these things in one hit. I'll try to draw its fire over here. Oh, well, oh well. I think that's gonna work. Alright, roll, please get out of there. Oh, good. I didn't want to get poisoned by anything. I'm so glad that these little spirits don't take any damage from that. They probably can finish that thing off on their own. I really like the summons. That's a fun system. Unfortunately, the negative part of having things like the summons in the game is what I was fearful of I mentioned this earlier on. Golden Rune, a noble corpse. I was fearful of this, but it seems like they have encouraged the use of summons and things as an excuse to bullshit other things in the game. Poison Bloom. Miranda Powder. What was that? I don't think I've ever... This? Yes. Okay. Miranda Powder. Pollen from a man-eating Miranda flower. Oh, that's what those things are called. Material for... What's going on? They're killing another flower that they just so happen to notice. A material used for crafting them. Throughout history, perfumers have prized this extremely fragrant form of Miranda pollen, not yet scattered into the air. Oh, okay. Lower the gross and toxic range. Okay. Right, nothing important there. Organizing cured meat. And this place does seem to have been some sort of shack at some point. This is not, like, badly rotted. Guys, come on. Which does make me think that probably these ruins are being, like, here's some bundles of wood. This is not, 800-year-old bundle of wood. It makes me think that these ruins are being appropriated by people for shelter. Even though they are barely functional as shelter. Yes, okay, good. Lets me off. Sometimes you get up here and it won't let you off that horse. Shirana's Lily. We've already read one of those, but there is a corpse up here with that on it. If you never knew that that was here, here it is. If you want those precious 4 lilies, there you go. Now we're here for a reason, and it's because there is a pumpkinhead boss down here. And for some reason, you'll notice our little guy's blinking. It won't allow you to use summons. I'm not really certain why. So this boss fight might pose a problem for me. I'm never quite certain. This pumpkinhead guy is pretty annoying, though. And he, as I recall, he never stops attacking. And he takes quite a bit of damage, though. Wow, I do a lot of damage to him. Man, that move is nice. So at the very end, you get one visceral. At least with this weapon. Okay, good. Okay, so those pumpkinhead guys... This is one of the few times where, after you kill a boss in the Catacomb, or sort of an underground area anyways, it actually does drop a waypoint. Point of grace, sorry. Which allows you to come down here and meet Lady.
Tarnished, are we? I wonder you should turn up here.
Lady wearing stupid helmet.
Sorcerer, quite plainly. Why are you here?
So this is another kind of terse character. Miyazaki seems to like his characters that are short with you in various ways. I want to learn sorcery. I have an intelligence of 9.
Proclivities are far from ideal.
Oh, you're stupid.
Perhaps nurture will defy nature, with a bit of luck. But one must choose one's masters wisely. I was exiled from the Academy of Rea Lucaria as a reviled, apostate witch. Do you still
yes,
wish
I see.
to learn from me?
One question. What is an academy? Maybe I have some work to do with you. So I think that Miyazaki has finally learned his lesson about this. Not to, upon meeting a character, like especially in a game where you can reroll your stats, there is no reason to have a character look at you and go, oh, you don't have high intelligence. Why would I teach you anything? And then send you on your way. Because you might use them later. And your game is designed to fuck over players by killing off NPCs after a certain amount of time. That's one of the dumbest ways of handling that. So that was always like a problem in FromSoft games. So he seems to have finally learned his lesson and stopped doing that shit.
Well. You are now my protege in Glintstone sorcery. But I refuse to coddle or cast kind words.
I like her.
Never. Anticipate grievances, young apprentice.
Especially since I can't actually use any of this shit. More importantly, she gives us not in fault. Alright, so eventually I'll have to buy all this crap. I might be able to do it now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 10... Yo... Barely no. Hold on. I can probably pop one thing. Whoops. That's making it more confusing than it needs to be. I'll pop one. Actually, I might need 2 of those. I forgot how small they are. I may have not even done my math correctly.
When it comes to magic. Infantile. Without the legs to walk. So, to become a sorcerer, first, you must face your ignorance. Now, shall we start learning?
Teach me, Mommy. Teach me, Mommy statue face. Why you got that thing on your face? Did your face burn up? Are you like really fucked up under that helmet? Or is that just not a helmet? No wait, I can see under there. Or do you just... Is that how you always look? Was your mother half statue? Or was your father like a statue? Did your mother fuck a statue? Alright, just give me all your shit. Actually, hold on, I need to read this garbage. Since it's sorcery, it's probably just a bunch of dumb bullshit about their academy. Since Miyazaki can't seem to bring himself to include actual lore and spells, it always has to be some sort of obsessive nonsense about their whatever dumb school they're from. The most basic listener out of area. The Glintstone serves as a conduit. Oh, wait. Might be. Glintstone serves as a conduit, launching magical projectiles at foes. Okay, so like the Glintstone pebble itself. The Glintstone is like an actual physical object that sorcerers use on their staves. And that's the thing that supposedly allows them to cast the magic. Which is a physical item, so... This sorcery can cast repeatedly on while in motion. Yeah, I recall it's an extremely annoying one, as I remember. This is a universal first step on the journey to the true knowledge of sorcery. Glintstone stars. Fires 3 magic shooting stars that pursue the target. This sorcery can be cast while in motion, charging enhances potency. The sorcery of Olavinus Conspectus, which attracts sorcerers from Cilia, Town of Sorcery. Okay. Huh, yeah, I never really thought about it. There is a Town of Sorcery, then there's the actual academy. So I guess there are 2 distinct locations where it's being taught, but one is more you're brought up into it, as opposed to it being a place of learning. Glintstone Arc. Fires a horizontal arc of magic that spreads outward. The sorcery can cast repeatedly and while in motion. Granted to sorcerers who depart from the academy to embark on journeys in order to fend off large groups of would-be adversaries. Fools often roam in packs. That is true. Miyazaki, thank you. That is a truism if I've ever heard one. Fools often roam in packs. You know why? Because fools have no confidence in themselves, especially their words. So it's more useful to have other fools around you that can coddle your terrible opinions. Because fools are often also cowards. Crystal Barrage, one of the Glintstone sorceries, blah blah blah. Fires a volley of Glintstone crystal shards. A sorcerer of the Crystal Cadre, a group of sorcerers who pursue the wisdom of stone. The secrets locked in the faint excuse me. The secrets locked in the faint cogitation of the Crystallians. I think Crystallian is a word that is associated with Stormvale, with Redrika. I think that she wants to... I think her key item is associated with that word. I don't know enough about it, though. A sorcery of this group of sorcerers who pursue the wisdom of stone. Secrets locked in the faint cogitation of the Crystallians. I'm not quite sure what that's referring to. But it is associated with them, and it's associated with the wisdom of stone, alright? So maybe this has something to do with dragons, just because it's referring to stone, but maybe not. Scholar's Armament. Enhances armament held in the right hand with magic affinity attacks, okay. Taught to the Knights of Kaku by the Academy as payment for their contracts. Okay. We learned in our prior part on Not This Character, later on, that the Knights of the Cuckoo are not actually knights. Like, there's no actual, like, you know, there's no bringing up of them. There's no page system and you become a squire or anything of that nature. It's simply a title that is handed down to people that are in service to the Academy. And they have nice looking clothing, I'll give them that. The reason why they're called Knights of the Cuckoo, I don't know, or Cuckoo. The actual, like, I joke, but the actual word, like, cuckold, like the whole, like, sleeping with another man's wife, that whole thing, does come from the bird, as far as I'm aware. You might want to cross-reference this, look this up, because I might be wrong about the details of this, certainly. But I think it's the species of bird that rolls out the eggs of competing birds and then lays its own in their nest, and then it tricks those birds into raising its young. And that's where we get the actual word from. Like, that's the logic of it. So, whether that has some sort of connotation with that, it being the same logic, I don't know. That's why I bother bringing that up. It could be that if they're knights of that, the knights of cuckoldry, maybe they are somehow sublimating the legacy of something else. Although, if they are knights that are not actually knights, maybe that's what the logic is. That they are sublimating the placement of a knight, but not actually being one. I don't know. Maybe I'll find out later. Scholar Shield. Enchant Shield, blah, blah, blah. Taught to the Knights of the King's paper for contract. Okay, so same thing. Alright. I'll buy all these for a cross-reference later. Aha! I was correct. It was that exact amount. Alright, and
Your
after that,
appetite
it's
for
back
learning
out.
is impressive. You make me proud to have grown little legs so readily. You must have a fabulous teacher.
I like her. She's kind of flirty, too. Although obviously self-absorbed. Kind of got a little Banunkaduck, too. This is not her entire inventory, though, because you can actually bring her scrolls, and then she will teach those to you as well.
You wish to continue the lesson? Very well. I have time aplenty.
I do nothing all day, except for stand barefoot in this big pile of shards. Not a very wise course of action, I grant you.
What is the nature of such power?
Skip the line.
Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while glintstone contains residual life and thus the vitality of the stars. It should not be forgotten that glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein, a fact lost on most sorcerers these days.
Okay, so this seems very important. I don't know if... Hold on. Maybe I can find her individual lines of dialogue, because it did skip one. Where is she, though? There she is, okay. I hope that it'll have this. Kind of doubt it. Whoop, here we are. Hold on. Yes, okay. Our powers draw upon the powers embedded in glintstone. Alright, so... Yes, the powers that they use are actually... It is sort of material logic. Glintstone itself has powers embedded within it, and you're using your own focus or whatever to bring it out. What is the nature of such power? Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses vitality. Golden amber. I wonder what she's referring to there. It is possible... Let me look. I don't think there are any sorceries that have, like, golden pictures on them. It doesn't really look that way. There are some that are, like, look like lava. That's pretty much it. There's some that are purple. I'm not going to read all those, but it's possible that she's actually referring to incantations. Maybe. Because those are, those are the golden ones. Although they are incantations, they aren't... I don't think you're actually using glintstone in any of them, though. So maybe that's nothing. Where in the world did I just... Oh, I must have closed it. Okay. Okay, but she says that golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life. Hold on, let me read this entire sentence again. Let's focus on it. Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Okay, statement 1. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while glintstone contains residual life. So she's separating those two thoughts. This sentence is kind of strange. It makes it sound as though the golden amber that she's talking about is not glintstone at all. It's a completely separate thing that she's talking about. Because she says, while glintstone contains residual life. So glintstone contains residual life and is associated with the vitality of the stars. Glintstone contains residual life and thus the vitality of the stars. It should not be forgotten that glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein. So whenever you're using glintstone sorcery, you're actually using the vitality... No, you're using the residual life that is the vitality of stars. Glintstone contains residual life, and thus the vitality of stars. So vitality of stars equals residual life. Residual life. So the life that was left over from something. So the stars in the sky and space itself contains the leftovers of creation? Is that what she's trying to say? It should not be forgotten that glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein. Okay, so glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the residual life that is in the stars. And glintstone is also considered the amber of the cosmos, whereas golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, which I don't know if that means it's associated with the life that is here on the planet. So it could be that there's a separation of space and Earth, and golden amber is something besides glintstone that she's not specifying, and glintstone is that of space. So whether golden is amber is incantations or not, I'm not really sure. If it is, then that would be a clear separation that incantations are associated with it drawing upon the remnants of the vitality of whatever life existed here on the planet, whereas glintstone sorceries would be that which came from space itself. So they're effectively the same exact thing, except they are distinct only in where you're pulling the power from. Although they are effectively, the same thing. Which would be in line with how Miyazaki usually treats miracles and sorceries and so on, that they're actually the same thing in a more distantly related way. So even though you're treating them as being either heresy or whatever else, they are effectively the exact same thing. I don't know. We will see. We will see. Maybe I'm reading too much into that. But it is interesting all the same. So, let's take a look around. Book balls. Lots of books. It is interesting that she has chosen this place to study. Also, why was she being guarded, protected, or maybe captured by a pumpkin head? Because outside we saw nothing except for those man-eating plants. Whoops. Sorry. Student still learning. Scrolls, okay. She does have, like, basic This could just be because it's a generic asset, but she does have like some basic living amenities. This place is a bit of a mess, so it does appear to be something that she's using for study. What these little things are, I don't know. They're a bit more particular as far as their design goes compared to everything else. I find them to be a little bit more interesting. They could be like a little... I've seen things that are sort of like this in the past. They kind of roll, and they open up, and they act as containers. I'm not saying that's what this is, but it sort of looks that way. It also almost looks like a little miniature model of a church, too. Although, who lives inside of a cylindrical church? I don't know. Open the doors, and here's the people. Whoa! Oh my god, we're in a giant tumbler! Whoa! Anyways, let's look at old Cabbage Head here. Oh, that's not... I thought that was like a leaf, but it's actually a crystal that's like sitting atop her head. I've never seen green crystal, though, I think. The yellow crystal that I ran into in the mines is the stones that you pick up. It is... the name of the damn thing is smithing stones. So yellow ones are smithing stones. Those are the ones that have the color. White ones are somber smithing stones. Later on, we'll come across blue ones, which are like crystal stones in some way. And then we have green ones, although I've never seen green before, so I don't know what that is. Again, why exactly she's wearing this big-ass mask, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's something that you could ever actually see out of. Boop. Back of the head. Wreath. Yeah. Not too much to see. Unless we're looking down here, right? Yeah, there's not too much information that I can glean from her design. Tassels. Feet. 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 Toe's a little bit fucked up. Look at that pinky toe. I actually have nice feet, I guess. Although they're horrible, horrible man feet, I suppose. So they could look prettier, but still, for a guy's feet, they're alright. I don't have a weird, like, fucked up any toe like she has, though. Sorry about your toes, lady. I'll look at them one more time. Toe. Yeah, I'm not a foot guy. I don't quite get that. Her hands are actually a little bit more fucked up. She looks like she's probably about my age, honestly. I was about to say she looks older, and then I realized, oh, the age I'm going to pick is just my age. Ugh. Anyways, yeah. We'll eventually come back and see her again after we pick up some scrolls. Also, there is a weird questline associated with her that I don't quite understand. I'll research more of that in the future. But that is complete. I can now remove this. Excellent. And also it's night, so I can actually ride forward and maybe take care of our friend over here. If I'm going the right way, which I am. Yes, okay, good. Now, it's when I'm going to try the... Oh, the actual caravan is actually still here, which is very strange. I would have thought it would have been all the way where it needs to be by now. Is it still not nighttime? I'll try to grab this as fast as I can. Whoa, there he is. He thought he was going to get me. Ah, you son of a bitch. Wow, that's a lot of damage, actually. Gosh, there's so many things happening. How come my button press does not work? There it goes. That's strange. Sometimes I'll press like R2 and then nothing happens. Alright, it's not too unreasonable. No, he's not swinging his blade. I don't like being cut, Wilbur. Don't swing the sword. What are you doing? I don't like fighting these guys. They're just kind of a very prolonged, annoying fight. Also, they can initiate their moves way faster than Yukon. Good old Yukon Huskies. Whatever happened to them? Used to have a good basketball team, and I'm sure, I think they fell off. Oh, there he goes. Vanishing like a little bitch. Alright. In order to get this, you have to make them stop running. Stop walking. Which, thankfully, no one seems to mind, for whatever reason. Great X. I don't think anything associated with Great X, but I'll take a look anyways. Great X, akin to a huge lump of iron, recognized as the weapon of choice of Badline chieftains. Too heavy to be wielded by those of merely ordinary strength, blows from this X will flatten enemies, but the force of its charged attack is a sight to behold. In case you haven't noticed, there does seem to be like a tribe of like nomadic warriors. God damn it, the game froze. I can't do that right now. God damn it. There's too much shit. Caravans here. Let me grab this. Smithing stone. Oh, that would have been nice to know. There's all these dudes on the road, which is complicating my target lock. Get over here. Aha! I'm gonna get him off his horse here, though. Oh, fuck off! Cheating ass bitch. Get your ass on the ground. Whoa, game. Video game. Stop freezing. Really? Just afraid of that. Heal, because I figure he's probably gonna... He probably has the ability to two-shot me pretty easily. Ah. Great. You can, like, technically fight him using, like, a bow. It's really a pain in the ass, though. He moves around a little bit too much for that. There we go. There's probably got to be a much better way of dealing with him. Art of War, repeating thrust. You get out of here so I can actually read shit. Go on. Anyone else trying to be an asshole? Okay, good. Ugh. Alright. Repeating thrust probably has nothing in it. Twist to build power and unleash flurry thrust. Yeah, it's nothing. Okay. That is complete. And we just saw that there was a naughty little bug. So I'm going to have to quit out and then reload just so I can get it to reappear. Which is just a great system that I love. Although it's better than the Demon Souls thing where, oh, you missed it? You missed it the first time you saw it, even though it may have appeared while you're in the middle of fighting something. It's gone forever. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, you should have irrationally run directly towards it and tried to kill it, killing yourself in the process. There we go. Ash War Determination. Let's take a look at that while we walk around. Probably nothing. A knightly skill. Hold the flat of the armament to your face and pledge your resolve, powering up your next attack. So, yeah, nothing. Okay. What do you think about that, goat? Oh, you're dead. Alright, so that is complete. No longer have to worry about him. Alright, that feels good. A lot of things are actually out of the way now. I can get rid of this, too. And this guy also is dead, so I can get rid of that. This guy is not dead. This merchant. The Evergaol. I'm going to keep that where it is. We're actually almost done. There is this boss fight that we could do up here. And there's that stuff over there. And there's... Yeah, I need to get to, like, the merchant shack stuff. Merchant shack, baby! Yeah, I'll probably start here. Whoops. Start here. I'll get that PvP guy. Get that out of the way. Because there's also a little spirit guy up there that we need to talk to. Yeah, this is an okay system that I've got worked out here. It took me a while to figure out how exactly to do this LP thing. It is going to require me having prior knowledge, though. Because if I walk into a completely new area... Yeah, I haven't done this either. I can probably just go ahead and get rid of that. If I go into a completely new area, you will get the experience of me seeing it for the first time and being like, whoa, that's crazy! But I'm not going to be able to show you anything, really. Unless I can very arduously map things out perfectly and not do any wandering around, which is, for me, basically impossible. Come forth, noble weirdos! Man, they really fuck things up. Damn. He didn't like that. Alright, exalted flesh on this dude. Which it has said that is for, regal or whatever people. And there was a noble corpse, that makes sense. Although there is a noble's corpse inside of this, like, encampment area. This is a good place to have an encampment, though. If you had to have one. What is in chest? A beast crest heater shield. Alright. A medium-sized metal shield, there's a hand on kite shield, features a beast as its crest, serving to remind warriors not to succumb to the arousal battle. Fight with passion, but not in erection. But become not its prisoner. Okay, is that what that means? I thought it was just a cool little beast thing. That was my takeaway. But I guess it means don't become a thrall to the passions of war. Sure, if you say so. Ha ha ha. Couldn't quick snap hit me, could ya? These guys, I do need to farm these guys for their armor set. It's not like it's important or anything, but it is there. Okay. It did drop a little something though. Foot soldier Greaves. Crazy on this time. Foot soldiers. Sorry, nothing important there. There might be something more important in their the helmets. And by the way, there are bells here. So if you're trying to sneak, that's their way of being alerted you're present. I guess you're meant to come from this direction, but I never come from this direction. Alright. Onward we go. In this area, there should be one or two of these little exploding ruin ball guys. Who are just not exactly cool. There are some placements of those guys that are actually quite dickish. And by the way, I'll point out these guys right here. For some reason, there are flaming metal slugs here. Why? I don't know. There's nothing about this area in particular that really is that unique, other than maybe this, which is like the divine tower of this area. Of Limgrave, the divine tower Limgrave, I guess. Why there are flaming slugs? I have no idea. I guess they just needed a place to spawn in lots and lots of these butterflies. Which I appreciate, but still kind of confusing. Yep, you can collect them here if you need them. And they drop more butterflies. Maybe they also fell from the sky, like the ruins did. Or maybe they fell from the tower. Dunno. Either way, let's go take care of our little PvP man. Do I have enough? Let's go ahead and give myself a pick-me-up on that. Okay. Where's my friend? Where is he? There he is. Huh, it actually interrupted me. You suck. I'm the best. I'm cool! No, I'm not cool! I'm cool! I'm cool. He saw how cool I was before he died. Whatever his name was, I didn't bother. Recusing Henricus again. We've already killed him once. And I think we've already read the Hammer Talisman, but we'll read it again all the same. And it goes Hammer and Knight. It sure does. Hammers are highly effective against shield-bearing foes. Not exactly. They say that, like, they always... Like, hammers are great against blah blah blah. They're kind of not. Like, they're alright. But it's so ineffective because of the way that the game's combat always works that you really don't need to bother most of the time. There is one point in the game where I'm like, oh, they actually found a use for hammers. And it's whenever you go into those mines where we started this LP, or this part. And there are guys that if you try to use the sword against them, they'll just bounce off. Unless you're doing exclusively charged R2s. And even then the damage isn't very good. And this is the one time you want a strike weapon. Anyways, hammers are from so much that they are known as night killers. Really, are they? Not so much, but whatever. The thing I didn't do last time is talk to this little ghosty man. Who's just playing with his dick down here. All I wanted was to fight as a warrior to the last. I wanted a PvP, bro. So why, oh Guidance of Grace, will this door not open? So I guess the Guidance of Grace brought him here? Or he's just talking to it as you would, like someone would call out to a deity of some sort. So we've already read those two, not gonna bother, we're not gonna use them. So maybe this door opens, this is their way of hinting that if you get enough kills in PvP, this door will open? I'm not really sure. We'll find out in the future. Maybe if I'm enough of an asshole, I'll do what everyone else does. And try to PvP random join summons right here. This is the easiest way to do it. Because so many new players go right over here, and they summon in people in co-op to try to fight this guy, not knowing there's basically no way that you're going to kill him. And if you invade here, you can basically just stand out to the side, and you don't even have to do anything. And eventually the host will get killed. Because he's fighting... he's fighting like a really powerful boss when he shouldn't be. I was actually trying to do some co-op earlier on today. And because I didn't have enough areas unlocked already... Because, you know, I can't on this character. I thought he was supposed to be around here. I kept getting matched with, you know, people like that. They were trying to get people in to fight the what's his name? It's like Tree Knight or some weird thing like that. Alright, the knight that I'm supposed to kill to get some drop, either I have already killed him, which I don't think. I think it was another knight. But he wanders around the map, so it's actually kind of hard to come across him. Hold on, let me check actually real fast. I think it's no, it's an Ash of War that I'm trying to pick up, I think. It's Golden Vow. Golden Vow is the name of the thing that I actually should have from him. But I only have Sacred Blade, so I don't have this guy yet. Oh, hello. Hello to you too.
Look, it's a friend. Murder us, please. Murder us. Yay. We don't have to live as demi-beasts anymore, or whatever we are. Fuck yeah. Kill me next. No, me. I'll kill all of you. No need to be greedy. Little ones, I'll slaughter you all.
They would thank me, but they're dead now. Okay. And I thought I might give this guy a whirl. Just for the hell of it. Just see what happens. That's not bad. Oh. It's better than expected. Move. Stop putting your fucking arm... You bitch. Don't jump out of the way. Fucking coward. You jumping away from an ant? What, are you afraid of me? Like 1 billion tons heavier than I am. Alright, well, he's dead. You can kill him for some reason. He's here. I guess it's just supposed to be like some random preview things to come, because there's actually more of those dudes over here. So I guess the lore explanation for why he's down here is that these guys fell at some point. They used to all be up there as these weird, maybe constructed people. I'm not quite sure what they are. But if they were constructed for the purposes of protecting something, then they were probably protecting that. And then something attacked that area, and after that happened, they took a big fall. I might have to kill this particular guy off screen, because he, like, comes down here and he patrols all the way. What are you still doing alive? Stop being alive. Get out of here. Wait, what are you doing alive now? I haven't rested at a bonfire. Huh, they were just here. I guess the goon eggs started hatching. Not quite sure what was going on there. Well, let's do one more circuit, see if he's up here. If he's not, then I'll move on. I'll just kill him off screen, because it's not really important. It's just a guy on horseback, and whenever you kill him, he drops that. And as we've seen, there he is. He was doing his circuit, and I just so happened to be on the tail end of it. So here he is. It's Mr. Sacred Vow, or whatever the hell I said it was, himself. This is my golden vow, or whatever. I'm going to get my ass kicked. This is my vow to you, Erdtree. See, mission complete. Golden vow. Just read this completely innocuous, worthless item description, I'm sure. Golden Vow, skill passed down from antiquity among the knights of the capital. Alright, actually got something. So he was presumably from the capital, and he was a knight that was there for a time. Raise armament aloft and pledge to honor the Erdtree in battle, granting himself and nearby allies increased attack power and defense. So it said that he was from the capital. But as we see, he wears the same green and orange tunic that all the dudes down here wear. But that is a tabard from the soldiers of Godric. And Godric is a pretty, or was a pretty high-ranking demigod, obviously, so maybe that does track. Maybe they were soldiers that were... Ah, yes. Ah, there you are. Yeah, for some reason, sometimes wolves will T-pose out of the sky. Why? I don't quite know. I don't really understand the logic of it. Maybe they're being sent by someone to attack me. I don't really know. Some sort of goddess of the wilds or something. Hope she's hot. This goddess that I just made up in my head. Hope she's fucking hot as hell. Alright. Let's go over here now. There should be a shack right there. Nope. Right around the corner. Can't miss it. Where am I headed? Wrong direction. Right around the corner. Can't miss it. Right there. Alright. Dude, come on. We just did this. We are the Wind Wolves. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't think I would die so fast. Oh my god. How about you? Come over here. Don't want it? Alright. I don't care. Just leave me alone. As long as you leave me alone, we got no problem. Like, I would leave alone 100% of the enemies in this game if they just would not bother me.
Name's Bernard.
Hello?
Tarnished, just like you.
Now, I've already discussed this guy.
Something. Are you here in the lands between to take up the fight? Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order?
Those things you said? Yeah.
But that's a quality
Oh, hell
now
yeah.
more than ever. Any interest in bearing the torch?
That's the shit that make my pee-pee hard. Or used to.
Picked up a fair few tricks in my time too.
Oh my god, I've been recording for 3.5 hours.
To a good and proper tarnished like you.
Tarnished like you.
Okay, let's learn all the shit. Oh, I'm gonna need more. I need more money. More money. Okay, hold on. Very honestness, low stance, nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. There's nothing there. Spinning slash. Favorite dexterous one. Nope. Guys, I'm medicinal hand. Use a skill opposing guys. Hit. Stormblade lost skill of Stormveil. So it's a lost skill. That's kind of strange because you see people using it in there. It's an armament with shearing storm winds that can be fired forward. Okay. Quick step. Foot. Okay. So only one of these actually had something that was even remotely related.
Until we meet again.
Well, alright. Whatever. Bye. Okay, I have a lot of these now. I'll just use this mount randomly. And let me guess.
Worry not.
Well,
Have enough to keep you busy.
want to withdraw more skills from my ample bosom, Yeah. Okay, how much do I actually need? 1,800, alright. Alright, I need 1,800 of these things. How much are these stupid things? 200 each. How many do I have now? Oh yeah, okay. What did I just say that they were? 200, so they give 1,000. A little bit of an overshot on that, though.
Oh, no.
I can't remember what in the world I needed to buy from him. Oh, 18. Yeah. I'm really bad about keeping things in my head.
Oh,
Till we meet again. Alright, talk. Just to get this out of the way.
The warriors who raised their arms in battle,
This is where we learned about Ashes of War.
and died. A fine tale, all told of true chivalric romance. That's how I fell in love with the sword and the arts of combat.
This stuff has never done anything for me, though.
Falling in battle, to death itself.
Like the irrational romance people associate with like knighthood and chivalry and, you know, like being a soldier, for example, is a modern thing. That has never impressed me. Usually I think it's kind of bullshit, and it's just a way to try to entrap people into doing things that they otherwise wouldn't want to do. Like, especially knighthood and that sort of stuff. I've never been a, like, emotional, evocative, romantic person in that respect.
Until
Literary romance, anyways. I can be romantic in real life. As long as I actually like someone, which is almost never. I bet it can happen. Alright. This is done. This feels good. That is done. This is done. Now, this is to mark a scarab, and that's to mark Roderica. And then there'll be one more thing after that, and I think that's pretty much it. Aside from... Whoa, what the fuck? What are you doing just kneeling down here? No. None of that. I was just curious about you, buddy. You didn't have to start shit. I was just wondering why some weirdo sorcerer was crouched down in the middle of a bush where you taking a dump. All he had to say was just, I'm taking a dump. I have diarrhea. I have diarrhea. Alright, you don't have to scream. Keep your voice down. I have diarrhea. Alright. I know, I will leave you alone. Bye. Bye. I have diarrhea. Oh my god, he's still screaming. I have diarrhea. Is he screaming it louder now that I'm further away? Sorry, I don't know what bit I'm doing here. Here we go. Another noble corpse. Stone sword key, of course. Of course. A horse, of course. And Roderica, again, of course.
Been grafted. Everyone who came with me. They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me. only to have their arms taken, their legs taken, even their heads taken.
I'll have to pat her head and give her a cookie.
Taken and stuck to the spider. Did you know?
The
If you're
spider?
grafted by the spider, you become a chrysalid. It's quite the
That's right,
lark when
remember
you
that
think
word
about
from-
it.
So, when you're grafted, you become a chrysalid. So if your body is chopped up and your limbs are given to a spider, you become, what's left of you, I guess, becomes a chrysalid?
You're all on your own, are you? And heading to Stormvale
Whatever chrysalid
Castle,
is.
enticed
I can't even remember
by
where
the
I
man in the white mask, I
read that.
suppose. Oh, you've come to be one with the spider? Well, that makes us two peas.
So the
in
guy
a
we meet
pod.
at the beginning of the
But I
game
don't have your courage.
is the
It's
one encouraging
scary,
people to
you
come
know,
here.
having your arms cut off, or legs, or your head. I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too scared.
I don't know, that leaves important
I'm
parts.
nothing but a craven.
Oh, aside from the head. Okay, we've already
No.
read all her dialogue,
Can
of
you
course, and
take
discussed
this
that.
little one along with you? The poor
It's very
thing
jellyfish.
deserves someone braver than myself. And the spirits look rather fondly upon you. It'll be glad of your company, I think, the little un.
Okay, during the network test, I think her quest line or whatever worked a little bit differently, because you had to actually go into Stormvale, and there's a pile of corpses that's like on fire, but next to like a kitchen area, and there's a bunch of dogs eating on it, and that had like a little package, I forget what it's called, and you would grab that and come back and show it to her, and she'd be like, "Oh, a meaty package." Nice. Also, you found the thing that I left. You'd see where I was taking that joke. And after that, she would, I don't know, get inspired. I have no idea. And that would unlock her ability to use her spirit upgrade system. Since then, it doesn't seem like it works that way anymore, because every time that I've gotten up there, the only thing that's there is her hood. And she gives up her hood whenever she studies under the blacksmith at the round table and learns it via that method. But some people have reported that you can go in there early, like it has to be really, really early. She can't go to the round table, I think, first. And I think actually moving past this area is what triggers a lot of that, so I can't go there. Unfortunately, I have to do Stormvale. I think I'll do this area, then go down here, south, and then I'll do Stormvale. But all the same, you can still retrieve that package and take it to her, and it can do something, but you really have to go out of your way to not go to the round table and trigger her stuff there. So, I don't know, it's very confusing, is my point.
Oh, can you pass on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormvale
I don't recall
Castle,
seeing any
tell
chrysalids.
them
Maybe I
love
have
them,
and I just don't recognize them.
and that despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know.
I can show you some pain. Hold on.
You're willing to make me a chrysalid, but I'm still a milksop craven. I can't even govern myself to step beyond the bounds of this ward. Please. You're only wasting your strength.
So I think you're supposed to get that dialogue if you try to attack her, but you can also get it if you just roll into it. And technically a roll does count as sort of damage because you're inflicting a very minor amount of stance or poise damage, I think. And that's the reason why that still works. So if you ever have wanted to like free someone from a barrel, for example, rolling is a much better option than trying to attack them. Yeah, she's like so despondent, she is saying, I appreciate the sentiment of trying to turn me into a chrysalid, but like, I guess seizing her body and taking her by force against her will? Which is a horrible thought, but that's the position she's in right now. And presumably bringing her that emblem is the thing that snaps her out of it, or propels her down a new path. It's very strange. Where is that stupid scarab? There it is. Okay. Although this is so incredibly close. Bitch. Started rolling immediately. There we go. Okay. Wild strikes. Let's get the hell out of here. I didn't want to get this close. Wild strikes. Swing arm and wild abandon. Hold the continued swing can be followed with normal stronger attack. So nothing there. As far as all that goodness is concerned, I'll do this to get rid of aggro. Aggro. Okay, that is done. This feels good. It feels good. Feels good. Alright. Oh yeah, I never did that either. Shit. The boss at night. And I still need to do this catacomb. We're not going to be completely done with this area. Also, I need to do this over here. But there is this one last thing I wanted to do. There's like one last item I wanted to pick up. I do like the look of this little bitty area down here. More teleporting wind dogs. We'll just ignore that. Guess who cares? Pick it up, motherfucker. Don't run across everyone's dumbass signs that they leave all over the place. Don't be one of those people that just shits their stupid, useless sign on the ground. Right in front of a ladder, or right in front of something that you want to interact with. It'll mildly inconvenience people. I'm hilarious. Don't be that guy. Don't be a little dickwad. Okay. But here is probably the worst encounter in Limgrave. I won't be doing that right now because it is a pain in the fucking ass. Oh, hello. I forgot that you were just standing here. Cool! He didn't know that I was cool. Now he knows. Remember the name. Cool Man Eli. Oh, Cool Man Eli. What a lame name. Shut up! Bastard. Cool. Alright. This way. If you're gonna jump up and be like, "Urgh," because you heard me, then get your stupid ass over here. I've got cool stuff to take care of. Like that. Man, I'm so cool. No, get out of here. I'm trying to be cool. Okay. But you open this chest, here you go. Look, it's in a book, it's reading Rainbow. Arrows reach talisman. Alright. The talisman depicting 3 arrows. Wow, you don't say. Carried by hunters of beasts. So just hunters. I guess you can hunt people too. Increases effective range of bows. That might be the most simplistic... They're not even... Like, there's nothing. How come there's like almost no lore significance to anything? Like, eventually there will be. There's so many things in this game that just have no bearing on anything. It's so un-Miyazaki-like. Alright, but this is not complete. I think there might be like 1 or 2 things that I'm missing that I'm sure you guys will be just be Jim Dandy happy to tell me about. But there's like the dragon, there's the nighttime weird bird thing that I have to fight. There's this boss over here. There's a cave. I guess I can try to do the boss real fast. Since I pussed out of that fight last time. Because I was definitely underleveled at the time. Alright. Let's try the run down here so we can get 2 death roots. So we'll be extra cool whenever we show up at the round table. Go ahead and summon our buddies. Our little buddies. Haha. Well, since you can't see... Yeah, there he is. Right here. I think there's only 3 spots that you can be. And night and day. Ring! You think he feels cool when he does that? Whoa, where's that random skull coming from? Aw, don't do that to your friend. No, don't you guys come over here. Have you guys paid attention to how cool I am? I don't think you have. Man, I hope there's never a day where I'm not cool. That would be the worst. Also, my summons are not really not really pulling their weight, are they? All the same. It looks like we're fine, though. I'll also be able to go get my turtle friends while we're at it. No, get off the horse! Get off the horse! Pay attention to my button presses. I'm cool, I'm cool. So fucking cool. Cool man wins again. Reward more cool. Skeletal militia asses. That is new. Whoop. Militia man. There are the spirits of militiamen who live in death and will continue to rise again until properly finished off. So their power is that you summon them in and they are very easily killed. But they will continue to get back up unless enemies actually finish them off. Which, unfortunately, they continue to hold aggro even after they have died. So they tend to always get finished off no matter what, because the AI has no reason to switch off of them. There is like I think a couple of items that cause aggro to always be focused on you. So that might be a way of making them a little bit more useful. But those items, I think, are so far into the game that by the time that you actually have obtained them, this will be completely worthless. This is the grotesque fate of those who come into contact with Deathroot. And I'll just use those out of line of sight of anyone that might be upset by it. Don't think they'll care either way. Alright. One last thing over here. Mushroom. Precious 3 mushrooms. Oh, fuck yeah. I don't think there's anything else in this area. Could easily be wrong, though, because this is Elden Ring, and there is just shit around every corner. Alright. Well, we'll come back to where we left off last time. And finally, we have a stone sword key. Now, you might be asking me, why are there so many turtles? Well, because there's a turtle-themed item down there. And you might be wondering, why is there a turtle-themed item down there? And the answer to that is, shut up. But here we are, turtle-themed item just ahead, in front of this giant litany of turtles. I think they just wanted an area where you can kill a bunch of these things if you want turtlenecks. But this is our reward. A green turtle talisman. Alright. Green turtle talisman. A talisman in the shape of a green turtle. It's very cute. And his neck is very long. Versus stamina recovery speed. Turtles are known as a nutritious ingredient symbolic of inexhaustible power. Whenever I think turtles, I certainly think of inexhaustible power. However, those who hold turtles to be wise creatures consider the practice of eating their meat to be barbarous. I don't consider them to be wise, but I like turtles all the same. They're okay. Aside from the ones that are like, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Alright. And that is it. That's all we need to do. I need to kill this naughty thing. I need to kill the dragon, although I don't think I can really even do that right now. I think you have to come back for it. Same deal with Mr. Crucible Knight. I don't know anything about this guy. I've never actually killed him. But we'll find out in the future. There is one last thing I can do. I can go down here and get the checkpoint for the next area, and then I'll leave off there. I think we have actually accomplished a great deal today. Or that feels that way to me, at least. How about it, guys? I feel like this is probably the... Shit. Don't... I feel like this is probably the best LP part that I've recorded so far. In terms of, like, discussion and keeping things on point, cohesive, paying attention to where the hell it is that I'm going. Is this the right area? This is a completely different... This is completely different. Oh, I forgot I didn't have this one. Ugh. Well, I'll have this one to do in the future. That's lovely. So I should probably go over there. Let's mark 2 of them then. Wait, how do I get down there then? It's gonna have to be... Let's take the Artist Shack. Artist Shack, baby! I look forward to eating something after this. I also look forward... I have a lot of peaks in my audio today. I look forward to doing that too. So in the comments below, I guess you can leave me comments on what things I have missed in the Limgrave area. I think I've gotten all the NPC stuff though, and that's the thing I'm really worried about. And there's like individual items, I know. I think there's like one around here. They're just like nothing items that you can just pick up, so I'm not too concerned about them. Ah, yes. I do have that one, don't I? Yes, okay. Actually, I should have... No, that might be too short of a distance. Let's check over here. I can't remember how I get down here. I'm sure it'll be on the opposite side. Yeah, because there's this individual area that you can drop down here. Alright, good. Excellent. Sexcellent, you might say. Yeah, I know, you're very angry that I exist. How dare I exist? It's the same story no matter where I go. So much bias against Tarnished. They don't understand the... Why am I was trying to do some sort of... like, cultural, like, burden thing. Like I'm an ethnic group or something that's been looked down upon. But I'm like a filthy white man, so I don't really have any bearing on the subject, so I should keep my mouth shut about it. I can't even do a satire about it because I'm not informed enough about it. Well, I'm informed, but you know, I don't have the experience. Alright, anyways. Here we go. That's a pleasant thought to leave off on, isn't it? Yeah. Fantastic. Okay, so we have these 2 areas to actually do first. Mirkwater Cove. I guess I'll put that here, and actually, I'll need to actually use the thing that I was supposed to be using. Put that there, and that there. Okay. And that is it. That's stuff that's too far beyond the border, so I don't want to mess with it too much. But there is this... I'm not sure whether to do this yet or not, because that's Alexander's next point that he shows up at. Other than that, I think I have everything, which I am pleased as punch about. I feel pretty good about this part, even though it is, in fact, 4 hours long. I hope you guys enjoy watching your 4-hour video. I certainly enjoyed making it, with the knowledge that you'll be forced to endure it, and it will probably have 100 views for a long time because I keep releasing multitudes of extremely long videos, one after the other, just barraging you with it, which is absolutely fantastic. Okay, but all the same, oh yeah, I need to get my gestures all sorted out too. By the way, we'll do that next time. We haven't even gotten the round table thing yet. We have to rest at a bonfire. That's another thing I have to do. But I didn't want to do that until once we were actually done with Limgrave. So I won't have to worry about it. I'm going to have to double check all the NPC stuff and make sure I don't screw anything up. Even though people have assured me that the NPC questlines are not screwed up that badly, because they will continue no matter where they are moved to. But I don't want to risk anything associated with that, so all the same, I'll be safe. And also to the point of from last time where I asked you guys to list your regrets, you did a great job with that. It pretty much summed up everything that I was talking about. Most of those comments, if you want to go back and read those in the prior part, were basically what I had described of people regretted not dumping enough in the vigor, or if they're quality builds, they did feel like they were underpowered most of the time, at least whenever they got to the end game. And that you generally are expected to have ranged options, but you might be able to get away with using a bow. Like, general sentiments like that. So, really glad that you guys continue to interact with these videos, and we continue to have an open discussion about things like this, especially about design. Thank you for continuing to be mindful of the fact that people can honeymoon, and that I am being critical, but I'm not trying to be, like, negative or overly critical for no reason. I'm trying to be constructive. And, sure, that might fall on deaf ears, but maybe one of you guys will be interested in game design in the future, and you'll take some of those ideas to heart, even if you don't agree with me, which is far more important. There will always be people that you disagree with, and it's important to learn from them just as it is important to learn from people that agree with you already. It's actually probably far more important for you to hear things that you don't agree with, which is probably the thing that I not necessarily pride myself on the most on, because it's not necessarily something that necessitates pride, but it is something that I am glad that I can at least provide given my personality. So, all the same, thank you for showing up. See you guys next time. Why is that my go-to? I don't know. Let's try something else. What would it be? Point at the screen again? No. I'm cool! Look how cool I am, guys! See you guys next time. I'll be even cooler in the next part. I'm certain. Bye-bye. 4 hours and 10 seconds. Nice.